Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Again, it is an honor. It's a privilege. It is an outright blessing to be here in Washington, D.C. in the National Reparations Convention, headed by the Afrodescendant Nation. Please, let's give ourselves a round of applause for being here, defining our reality and putting forth a concrete plan of self-determination. Reparations is ours. It's owed to us. An injury, a severe injury has been caused, and we all know if you get into a car accident, it's a payment that goes with that. You have something happen to your house, it's a payment that's connected to that. If you are done wrong or grieved in any way, there is a payment connected to that. The American government owes us the foundation of this country. We built this country from the ground up. We built this city from the ground up. We built the cities across America from the ground up. A debt is owed. And as our Governor General of the Afrodescendant Nation said last night, interest has accrued. So we're not just owed a debt. We're owed a debt that almost rivals the national debt of this country. The reality is this: there is no America. Hell, I would say, frankly, there is no Western world without us. So with that being said, we're going to get right into the program, but I just wanted to paint a picture of what we're going to hear today, what we've heard thus far, concluding yesterday, which was a magnificent, marvelous, powerful, stimulating day. So for those who were here last night, we had some heavy hitters. And I mean, it was star-studded and action-packed. But most importantly, we learned. And today is going to be the same. Let me say this, is some preliminary things I want to just cover, and I'm going to cover throughout the day. Again, let me introduce myself. I get so excited getting in front of you. I'm Prince Yosef of the Hebrew Israelite community. I am the Masters of Ceremony for this weekend. And again, it's such an honor to be here. The vendors, we have vendors here. Today, we will not have a food truck. We had one yesterday, but today we will not, but we still have food. We have catering downstairs where it will be served throughout the entirety of the day. So please, as we have breaks, if you have a moment where you have any type of hunger, please go down and support. We have delicious food that can be purchased. We have vendors here, and we also have vendors in the atrium right at this egress. So please support your own. It makes a difference. Bathrooms. Right again, right outside this egress to your left, the women's washroom would be on this level. And if you go down the staircase, the men's restroom will be found down there. The main entrance and exit is these two doors ahead of us. We have panels today. We'll be hearing from some powerful brothers and sisters. Two keynote address will be given. The first one by attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz, who will speak about the way forward for reparations in America. And we would also have one who I love dearly, who is a spiritual father to myself, the Honorable Silas Muhammad. Please, let's give a round of applause for attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz and the Honorable Silas Muhammad, who will be giving the two keynote address today. In addition to that, we will have also a national town hall meeting that will be held this evening that will also be led by the moderator, Malik Zulu Shabazz. We have two panels leading up to that, but this first one is a very, very special panel, not just because it is the first, but it's going to lay out the reality of how we got into this point and the work, the immense work that has been done to get us here. And so we will be hearing from the moderator, Ishmael Abdul Salam, but before we bring him on to speak on the international human rights and the reparatory justice panel, we're going to hear from Dr. Akila Mukarram, the president of the Afrodescendant Nation. Please, brothers and sisters, as we bring her to the podium, can you put your hands together for the president of the Afrodescendant Nation, Ms. Mukarram.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Can you all hear me well? I need to pick up the mic. Oops. Okay. It is indeed a great honor to be here before you today. I want to greet you again. Assalamu alaikum. To everyone here that's participating and those of you in our viewing audience via live stream, we're glad to have you here with us today. I am here to welcome you. So inside of that welcome, I want to let you know that you are the superpower here in America. America claims that she is the superpower of the world. You are the superpower. If we made a mad exodus today and left, where would America be? We are holding her up. We are an Afro-descendant people. Let's deal with that definition of Afro-descendant that I put forth at our UN forum, permanent forum on people of African descent. We want the United Nations to accept our definition. The definition, if you have one of the programs, is on page, I think it's 5. It states the term Afro-descendant refers to descendants of peoples who were forcibly dispossessed of their homeland, Africa. Do you hear forced in there? Were transported to the Americas and slavery diaspora for the purpose of enslavement. Intentionality is in that. Were subjected to slavery. And we know that from history. I can't get out of my mind after seeing a pregnant woman, our foreparents, hanging from a tree, and the white man cuts the baby out of her womb and crushes its skull in the ground. And his white children are standing around eating popcorn. Someone's got to pay for that. Continuing with the definition, were subjected to forced mixed breeding and rape. We are a new people today. Our foreparents were raped. They were murdered. They were mutilated. Their dignity stripped. A whole nation of people have experienced through force the loss of mother tongue, culture, and religion. You took our mother tongue. Who takes the language of a people away? I am an educator. I am working with diverse people, and we're looking at and talking about and working towards equity for all. And my Spanish counterparts, they want to have classes, Spanish classes, so that the students can still keep their mother tongue. They said that in our EL classes that the students, they lose that. They lose it. But look, ours was what? Taken. What kind of injury is that? You injured us. You damaged us as a people. You don't want us to be a people and know that we are. We are an Afro-descendant people. And or have experienced racial discrimination due to lost ties or partially lost ties from their original identity. Every one of us here in this room and in our viewing audience knows that we have struggled with our identity as a people. We have gone through so many names. It is ridiculous. No one changes names like us here in America. That is evidence that we do not know who we are. Yeah, you know you were born in this city or state. You know who your parents are. Can you get back to your great, 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 great grandparents? We have other nationalities that can go all the way back. And when I hear them talk about it, I feel good for them, but then I feel a little sad for myself because I can't get back there. Because all of that was intentionally forced out of us. And I don't want one other Black person or white person coming to me and saying we do not deserve reparations. Do not attempt to tell me that. The Jewish people got reparations, and they still are. Absolutely. They're still getting reparations. The damage is still there. I see it in our children growing up. It's still there. You forced us into your culture, white man, white people, Caucasians. You forced us into it. We didn't ask for it. We were fine where we were. But you brought us here intentionally to keep us here as slaves. And they wanted this to continue throughout our generations. We were inheriting this years after years, centuries, 400 plus years. Just think of the damage and how we are all cut off from our families, our foreparents from Africa. We have been cut off from that. So this is a great day. And when I come before you, I want you to declare that you are Afro-descendant. I want you to sing it, shout it from the rooftops. Tell everybody. It should be on the hotline. We have a plebiscite. We want you to go there. Complete that plebiscite. Cast your vote. 877-506-2184. Text the word reparations. And in there, say that you're Afro-descendant. Don't be afraid of this white man. Don't you know once we come together and know that we're an Afro-descendant people, we're going to shake up the world. We're going to shake it up. I think they're already shaking. Just by us being here in this room and declaring who we are as a people. They don't want us to be a people. Everyone else, they're people. While I'm thinking about it, Afro-descendant, please don't hyphenate it. We are not a hyphenated people. We are one, we are collective. And the Afro-Descendant Nation is working to unify us as a collective. Afro-descendant, that word, that term, our new identity connects us to every other Afro-descendant globally in the slavery diaspora. We're connected to all of our other brothers and sisters across the world. Wear it proudly. It will give you some backbone. Our reparations movements, we have several. They have not been able to unify us as a people, as a collective. We need to come together in unity with this great unifier, our new identity, Afro-descendant. It will cross and remove all of those barriers. Because when you're focused on what's best for us as a collective, You will make some good decisions. And I'm tired of people talking and not doing the work or implementing anything. I'm tired of that. I've heard a lot of talking, and you have too. And I know you're tired of it. So that's why we're here at this convention. We want some plans put in place, some strategies. We're working on a comprehensive strategic reparations plan that we want all of our reparations organizations to be a part of. We want our people's voices to be heard. That's what we're about, the Afrodescendant Nation. We want to hear your voices because we won't be a nation without you. We're here for the people. As a collective, our voices are to be heard. So in my profession as an educator, we use what we call a PDSA cycle. Plan, do, study, act. It's a cycle. It repeats. It's a continuous cycle. So once you learn from some of it, then you go back, you do it again. You continue to plan. You continue to do. So you're going to implement your plan of action. How many of you in here today are ready to implement something for us as an Afro-descendant people? Raise your hands. Thank you. It's time for that. It's time for us to do that now. I'm going to ask you to do something. If you're ready, say it with me. We are an Afro-descendant people. A little louder. We are an Afro-descendant people. A little louder. We are an Afro-descendant people. Now, who's going to mess with that? No one. I'm not fearful. I don't want you to be fearful. I'm out in front declaring that we are an Afro-descendant people. Come with me on this journey. We need you to join with us to get this message out to our people. Do you know that there are studies being done on Afro-descendants by students in college? And some of them don't look like you. Do you hear me? There are studies being done on us as Afro-descendants, Afro-descendant people, by students in college. And some of them do not look like us. So I asked our representative of the United States, North America, Justin Hansford, have you had any come up with any strategies, or have you had any meetings or anything to inform people here in America that we're Afro-descendants? And the answer was clearly no. So why are they studying us and calling us Afro-descendants, but the majority of us here in America don't even know? So if we weren't there and saw what was taking place in the United Nations in this forum, we wouldn't have known what was going on. And a lot is, remember, it was on people of African descent. So you heard people talking about African descent, and I'm saying Afrodescendant. We're an Afrodescendant people. We don't want it to be twisted because with that definition, it clearly defines who we are. African descent can include others. And then they're going to go, well, how are we going to be able to give these? We don't know who needs the reparations. Don't get it twisted. It's Afro-descendant with this definition. And I don't think they want to accept this definition, but we're going to ram it down their throats. It's time to do that. Will you help me do that? Yes, ma'am. Say it a little louder. Will you help me? I'm not here to play with anyone about this. It's too serious because this is our legacy for our children. We're doing this for our children. I do not want our future children to grow up like we did and having to go through trying to get civil rights. I appreciate and I thank everyone that did civil rights. That was a process. So the civil rights got us to a moment in time, and now we need human rights. Don't you want to be treated as a human with dignity? And I'm going to just say this because the other day I was in Chinatown in Chicago. And you know, when people look at you a certain way, how they're thinking about you. And it perturbs me when they do that. But this is the picture that the white man has painted of us for years. During slavery, during Jim Crow laws, I mean, the laws even discriminated against us as a people. And you're saying we don't deserve reparations? When my sister last night mentioned Mitch McConnell, oh my goodness. I have some words for him, but they won't be nice. And I'm going to keep my composure. But how do you dare? White man, Caucasian people, put yourself in our ancestors' shoes. Put yourselves in our ancestors' shoes. Think about it. If a people have done you the way that you did us and still are, it's just an updated fashion now, what would you do? Would you stand around and not go after reparations? I don't think so. And with your behavior, you would do something even worse. So we're coming for reparations. No, let me stop that. We're here for reparations. We are here. So let's become songs. And some of those words are just like resonating right now inside of me. I feel like a rocket about to take off. And I want you to feel that too. We're going to take off, get our reparations, get our sovereignty as a nation, an Afro-descendant nation. We want to be the 194th seat among those member states in the United Nations. Do you hear me? So let's start to work together, put some information together so that we can take it to Congress here, because we got to do the ask first, right? We've got to ask and be politically correct. They need something to help them out of their condition. And Caucasian white man, white people, those of you who control this country, your ancestors, those of you who raped and murdered our people, and you're living in heaven on earth. You have heaven while you live, and you tell my people they should look for heaven when they die. Why do you do that? Because you don't want us to have it here. They don't know if they're going to get it anyway when they die. Why not go for the known, the here and now, and not in the afterlife? I'm a member of the Lost Foundation of Islam. I don't believe in the afterlife. Not the way that the white man teaches it. I believe in it through my children. We're passed down through egg and sperm, babies. They grow up. They become us in the future. They become better than us in the future. They're progressive. And I want that for our children. So Afro-descendant, again, unifies us. And we don't have to get into an argument about what we believe, because we're working as a collective for all Afro-descendants. We want all of us to be free, worldwide, globally, all of us. And if you're just thinking about yourself here in America, you have to think about your other people. You're connected to them. We're all connected. And we were there, and I'm telling you, people look like us. They just sound different. They talk different. We've lost our ability to speak whatever our original language was. We don't have our mother tongue anymore. And I don't like that, because I really would like to be able to converse with my brothers and sisters. But I want to thank the UN for having those translators. They are amazing. So we Say it with me again. We are an Afro-descendant people. Elevated. We are an Afro-descendant people. Welcome, my brothers and sisters here with us in person and in our viewing audience, to our grand Afrodescendant Nation National Reparations Convention. Assalamu alaikum.
So much, Madam President. I just want to take a brief moment to again thank Madam President for your tireless work, effort, energy, and time that you have put into not just the Afro-Descendant Nation and our fervent fight for reparations, but for the love that you have continuously shown for your God and his people. So we thank you. Please give another round of applause. I will be remiss if I do not again thank this beautiful sanctuary that is hosting us today, Lincoln Temple United Christ Church. Again, this is a sacred, hallowed ground, as you can tell, the ancestors and the energy of generations who have fought for our people. I would be remiss if I don't thank those brothers who are protecting us in every single way possible. Therefore, the brothers who last night didn't just protect our physical bodies, but protected our pockets by making sure and ensuring that we did not get tickets nor our cars towed. Even found an iPad that a brother had left. So please, let's give a round of applause for the FOI. As we continue into the program, I'm going to bring up a strong brother, a fiery brother, another brother who has been consistent in the fight for reparations, who is traveling all over the world on behalf of our people in the Afro-Descendant Nation and the cause for reparations. Brother Ishmael Abdul Salam, please come to the stage as he takes us further in the special reports for international human rights and reparatory justice. Please give him a round of applause.
Assalamu alaikum. In our Hebrew, that means peace be unto you. In our Hebrew language, shalom. In the spirit of the Black Panther movement, Black Power, Black Power, Black Power, Afro-descendant power, Afro-descendant power, in the spirit of the Black church, amen. All right. Thank you, Madam President. It's an honor to follow you after giving such a dynamic address to our attendees. I want to thank everyone for coming here today. I'm trying to stay focused because when you give, see, that's what I didn't want. When you give a minister a mic in a church, he gonna start going off. And see, I was trying to stay focused on my notes. And see, you give a man a mic, I'm gonna lose my time, and then I'm gonna miss what I was supposed to give. And I only got a little bit of time. We've been doing this for a long time. All of us in here, we've been doing this a long time. And when you wonder what it takes, what does a person need to have to continue this journey for a long time, to not just travel miles, not just go deep into your pockets, but to give years and years of your life. Reparations is a spiritual battle. That's how you keep going without being tired. It's a spiritual battle. And since we're in the Black church, I got to go into a scripture. Come on now. Come on now. Sister, can I go into a scripture? My elders, I hope and pray that our elders would be pleased. But it's a simple scripture because I don't like going in and out of the Bible too much. But this one I like going to every time. Genesis 15:13. Y'all know that, right? God said unto Abraham, know of a surety, that thy seed shall be a stranger in a strange land, and they shall serve, and they shall be afflicted for 400 years, and afterwards they shall come out with great substance. Now let me go, my brother. Can I give a Torah translation? I like this one better. In the Torah, in my Torah, is more specific as it says that Abraham's seed will be enslaved. And after serving, will come out with great wealth. Now, I know for surety that my ancestors have been in this strange land. And a strange land means coming over a strange ocean. A strange land means getting on a strange ship. A strange land means being whipped and changed by strange people. I'm the descendant, the 9th generation descendant of a woman named Lucy, who in the newspaper, her slave master put in there, Lucy escaped. An African woman escaped Pennsylvania and went to Canada with other free blacks. So here it is. I'm just letting you know from the beginning, it was an international struggle. From being picked up from Africa, crossing the Atlantic to the Americas is an international crime. To escape America and go to Canada and cross the borders is an international event. Slavery, the transatlantic slave trade, the Holocaust is an international crime. Their reason being that the Honorable Silas Muhammad thought and did take the events to the United Nations. And I'm only here today because of his work. I'm only here today because of what he did. All of us are here. I don't know, I had a PowerPoint to go along, but sister, whoever's in the back, if you could put that up, I'm just going to go along with it. I'm finished with this, with the scripture. So I'm going to keep moving forward. We went to Geneva, Switzerland. I'm, as my brother said, Ishmael Abdul Salam. I'm the current CEO of AFRE. AFRE is All for Reparations and Emancipation. You can find us at allforreparations.org on the website. I was appointed as the Chief Executive Officer to lead the organization in August of 23. We have had non-governmental organization status with the United Nations since 1997. It was the Honorable Silas Muhammad who saw fit that we needed to form an organization that would help us navigate successfully the international mechanisms of the United Nations. There he assigned Ida Hakeem, who used her organization, CURE, Caucasians United for Reparations and Emancipation. It was in her spirit and the spirit of white abolitionists who helped the Honorable Silas Muhammad to navigate the white-led, European-led mechanisms in Geneva. She was very successful in helping us to navigate those waters. So after having doing work since early 90s and then being official in 1997, we've been over 30 years providing written interventions, oral interventions, and networking inside the United Nations. It is the United Nations that the Honorable Silas Muhammad has, I believe, fulfilled his best work. That is why it was important for AFRI to establish, or what we call re-engage, the United Nations this coming year as part of being a part of the Permanent Forum on People of African Descent. Thank you. And it was Madam President Akila Mukaram who came with AFRI and did an excellent job of representing all Afro-descendants and providing a definition to the world to accept on our behalf. And also with us was Dr. Tahita Brana Sabri, as I know her, who was with us as well. We would not have been successful without her work in guiding us through the challenges that we had. One of the first things that we did, we established a forum, a UN side event on April 13th. The UN did ask NGOs to provide a side event for people who, this was before the event because the permanent forum was the 16th through the 19th of April. So we conducted an event before that on the 13th, and it was a virtual event. How many of you attended that event? If you, good, not enough. But several people from around the world did see that event. And what that event did was we re-emphasized before going to Geneva our particular identity and recognition as Afro-descendant people. It was important because the term Afro-descendant was born out of what happened in Santiago in Honduras and in South America. Thus, the term Afro-descendant was born out of the collective unity of through the same process of the slave trade. And also on the international front, prior to this event, we solidified that the work of the Honorable Silas Muhammad, who did speak as an Afro-descendant leader in Durban, South Africa, as part of the Durban Declaration of 2001, asked for a forum. He asked the UN for a forum where Afro-descendant leaders can come together to discuss our differences. We asked the United Nations because we were scattered in these strange places. I spoke English. My brothers and sisters in Brazil spoke Portuguese. My brothers and sisters in Colombia spoke Spanish. My brothers and sisters in Haiti spoke French. And even though we went through the same thing, when we got together, our connection was destroyed. Not only was our connection destroyed, our religion was destroyed. Our culture was destroyed. And the United Nations helped us to establish ourselves because Muhammad asked for it. In fact, he demanded it. He demanded a forum. He said, I want a forum. Also in South Africa, through the Durban Declaration, the transatlantic slave trade was declared a crime against humanity. Very important. Well, with a crime, you need victims. So So it's important for the Afro-descendant identity to be recognized and accepted, because our global identity fits with the crime that was established as a crime against humanity. So in this forum, I don't know how much time I got. This might take all the time. I don't know. I ain't even got through one slide. I'm sorry. Y'all come run me down, get the hook, whatever you need, get me off. But I got to take my time with this because this been too long. I only went through one slide. Man, told you don't give me the mic. I ain't dropping it neither. All right, so brother, this is a great brother. He couldn't be here today. And everybody ain't here, but we are here for everybody. So don't worry about the crowd and all that. Everybody's not here, but we are here for everybody. So let that fill your spirit, that you're here for those who can't make it. For the brothers and sisters that ain't here, we'll pour one for them. We're going to keep on going. Participants of the Permanent Forum on People of African Descent included member states from Africa, member states from the Caribbean, and over 1,500 registered individuals. The Permanent Forum on People of African Descent is, in my and they established it. But here's the concern that concerns us and concerns Madam President, is that the forum, the term that Afro-descendant, which was born out of Santiago and Honduras, specifically spoke to those victims of the transatlantic slave trade. And to our benefit, other people across the globe know the power of Black people in North America. They know about the civil rights struggle. They know of the power of the Black Panther movement. They know about our democratic processes in power. They know we can put a Black man in the White House. That's how they view the world. They try to understand, why are y'all so powerful? Because the spirit that's in us, and we're not defeated. So in the global context, Black people in America lead the reparations movement. Afro-descendant, to me, this is me, is the new identity for Pan-Africanism. There's a movement like the Pan-Africanist movement formed by Marcus Garvey and W.E.B. Du Bois in the 20s that is now formed on the spirit of Afro-descendants born out of Santiago and Honduras and North America. And it's the spirit of our brothers and sisters in Brazil who speak Portuguese, who are spirited and who are loud and who are focused. It's the spirit of Brother Eric Phillips, who is the vice chairman of the CARICOM reparations movement, who identifies as Afro-descendant. It's the spirit of our new president, June Soomer, who is also an Afro-descendant. It's the spirit of all the African leaders who now want to identify as Afro-descendant. Why? Because the movement is so strong. When they hear that reparations now, that I done went up, boy, that's okay. It's strong. Let me move forward. Here's another part. I need to go forward with this. Sister, go to the next slide, the African Union. So we have CARICOM, and CARICOM has formed its unity around their 10-point reparations program. You're aware of that, right? If you don't, look it up. CARICOM 10-point reparations program. That is, the Caribbean nations have come together, not Caribbean people, the Caribbean nations together and formed a reparations program. In November 2023, the African Union, when Ghana had its reparations meeting, the African Union is now preparing in 2025 to also have a formal reparations program. The 54 countries of Africa, the 6 regions. There are 5 regions on the continent. The African Union recognizes the people of the diaspora as the 6th region. That includes Afrodescendants. They also wish that the 6th region form a governmental structure to represent Afrodescendants in the African Union. So Africa's unified around reparations. The Caribbean is unified around reparations. Individually, Colombia, individually, Brazil, individually, Canada, individually, North America. But we got to come together. So as Madam President said, we got to come together formally. Not just, I got unity with you, brother. I'm down with you. You know, we unified. Yeah, that's talk. CARICOM is unified by an agreement. African Union is organized by formal agreement. We need formal agreement that puts the tribalisms aside, the religion aside, all the schisms aside, and focuses on the issues. Because we only got so much time. One of the key things that we fought for was that they give us another 10 years, because the first 10 years was from 2015 to 2024. So what we are hoping, and we have good reason to believe, that we will get another 10 years for the permanent form. So in September, when the General Assembly meets, the Secretary of the UN, he will announce again that there will be another permanent form for another 10 years. So all the African nations want another 10 years. Caribbean wants another 10 years. We want another 10 years. And the big thing, the United States government asked for another 10 years. Is it because our sister Kamala Harris, whose father's Jamaican, and she's over the State Department, and she's Afro-descendant? Maybe so. So what I'm saying is, if we get another 10 years, we might not get a third. So time dictates the agenda. So within this next 10 years, with the form or not, we got to make do and go hard. Because the first group that we had, the Working Group on Minorities, they shut that down when Trump came into office. I'm just telling you what like it is. So it can be shut down again. But when the opportunity comes, just like Barry Sanders or whoever the running back, when the hole open up, you got to run, brother. When the hole open up, we got to run. I'm sorry to make sports euphemisms, but I got to do it. I'm sorry. We got to go hard. We got to go hard. I'm sorry. All right, let's go. All right, sister, go to the next one. So in that picture back there, you saw brothers and sisters. Go back to that picture again. In that picture right there, go back to that last picture. I want to say something about your great president. In that meeting, that is a 6 region meeting with brothers and sisters from London, from Europe, from Canada, from Africa. It was 35 different people talking about the 6th region governing. And when we came in and Madam President came in, the brothers stopped the meeting and said, I want to stop, and I want to have the Afrodescendant Nation stand up, and I want to recognize the great work of the Honorable Salas Muhammad, because he also read the 1503 procedure and said Salas Muhammad been doing this for a long time, and he been asking for a form. So that's truth is the truth. The truth is the truth. Truth is the truth. This struggle is full of unnamed heroes. But we're going to talk about it today. Next, I want to go forward because I ain't even how much time. I ain't gonna concern myself with time. I'm moving forward. Modern impacts of plantation slavery, loss of mother tongue. We talked about that. When you lose your mother tongue, that sets the playing field for ethnocide, killing your culture. It denies us collective unity among other Afro-descendants. It's a destructive component of loss of identity, culture, religion, and education. That was the first thing they did, was to take away our language. Take away the language, you take away the religion. You take away the language, you take away the culture. You take away the ability to speak, the mother, to teach the child. You take away the identity of the person. That's what the Honorable Solomon Muhammad's first position was in the United Nations. Let's go to the next one. But today, we want, go to the next slide. Okay, we got that one. We want to talk about the modern impacts of plantation slavery. And what I want to focus on, because of my particular area of focus, is the law, is the impact, the financial impacts of what is being done to us financially to destroy our wealth and to take away our land and our communities, because that is a modern impact that's happening right now and has been happening. So as you already know, but here are the numbers, because one thing that we learned also in Geneva, in order to be successful in the reparations struggle, we must have data. We must have data. It's not just who can shout the loudest and who could tear down the most. You got to have the data. And as of September 23, Black households in America owned only 23.5% of the wealth of white households, even though straight up we built this country. I call it like it is. Modern impacts of slavery. There's a new book that came out, and this new book focused on 600 billion from Black Americans through unfair taxes post-slavery. This gap, this income gap, this wealth gap continues to widen due to exploitation of land, homes, communities, often facilitated by policies favoring corporations over Afro-descendants, who frequently fall victim to practices such as redlining and blockbusting. Well, look at Washington, D.C. Come on now. Used to be the chocolate city. Look at Atlanta, Georgia, where I'm from. Used to be the Mecca. And land is just taking, communities are just being destroyed. Go to the next one. And here's one of the big ones. They do it through eminent domain. The federal government, anytime they do a highway, a major highway expansion, it always goes through Black communities. Auburn Avenue, Atlanta people? What's on Auburn Avenue? Highway 20. Destroyed the Black economic infrastructure of Black Atlanta post-slavery. Destroyed. I don't know where you're from, but I'm sure you can tell me in your town, in your place, where a highway came through, runs right over the Black community, and moves all the business and traffic somewhere else. Then the next thing they do, they systematically allow our communities to just be blighted. And what does blight do? Allows the values to go down. And then it causes corporations to have tax breaks. Then all of a sudden, after the chemical elements come to our community and our community is destroyed, then the corporations come through and they've got high rises and all type of multi-retail housing, belt lines and all type of things coming through your community when our people cannot even get in. This is systematic. And these are modern impacts of plantation slavery. It's a spelling word, madam. I saw a spelling typo on there. I got a teacher right here, so I got to be careful. It's a typo. Now, this last one, go to the next one, sister. I'm gonna wrap it up. This one came out. I don't know. I saw this one been going around TikTok. That one on the right. Look at this. The median household income in the United States by ethnic group. Who's at the bottom? African Americans, the median household income, $35,000. Now, this is the thing right here. I'm just pointing out these facts. The average American, $56,200. Slightly above African Americans is Hispanic, Nepali Indians, Bangladeshi Americans, and then Thai Americans, then the average American. I don't know who that is. Maybe that's white Americans. But look at all the people that are above, which is interesting. These are people who have benefited from everything that we fought for. Number one, Indian Americans. Filipino Americans, number two. Taiwanese Americans, Sri Lankan Americans, Japanese Americans, Malaysian Americans, Chinese Americans, Pakistani Americans, then white Americans and Korean Americans. All these people have benefited from what we fought for to get civil rights. A Korean man, an Indian man could not have come and sat down at a counter if it wasn't for a black man or a black woman who fought to make that right happen. A Korean man, an Indian man, a Sri Lankan man or woman could not have went into a bank unless a black man or woman had fought for the rights to do so. All these barriers that we fought for others created pathways for generational wealth, but yet ours is systematically being taken away from us, slowly reducing us back to slavery. Because they're telling your children it's not a wise investment to get a home. Who's saying that? Live rent-free, take your money, put it in dues. Who, what? Land is the foundation of wealth anywhere in the world. That's why, as a part of reparations, we want restitution. Restitution is what we want, what you took back from us. The crime started in Africa. You stole us from a land. So look at all the generations that's at least 12, 13, 14, 15 generations. And then once we got here and fought and took land, you systematically through your policies took it away. Still doing it today. Go down to the Gullah Geechee lands of Georgia, South Carolina. They automatically want to come up, marry out, Hilton Head, and build golf courses and crazy stuff. Y'all know the story. All throughout America. They will take a town up in Oscarville, Georgia, and create a Lake Lanier. The Army Corps of Engineers created a dam and flooded a black town. Didn't even have the decency to tear the buildings down. Even today, if you go in the water, your foot might hit a building, a tree, or whatever. Everywhere you go, Central Park, black towns. And it's happening today. So what I'm pointing this out to say, there are modern impacts today of plantation slavery. And we must continue to fight, even though 35,000 looks a lot to somebody from Colombia or another country. We have to still put this out to the world because the international community thinks that we're doing okay. Because we got jobs and cars and clothes and Beyonce and Jay-Z and this ball player and that ball player. They give an illusion that black people are okay in America. That's done systematically. When the majority of us are hurting and suffering, we need reparations right now. So it's critical that we continue to provide interventions, written, oral, and participate in these forums We're not going to let a year go by. We ain't going to let a forum go by where we're not there. You know why? Because when we went to that forum, the Brazilians were strong. They were 35 deep in the UN speaking. The Colombians were strong. So we can't play around Afro-descendant leaders. I know all of us here. Professor Smalls, you got to come with us. You got to be in Jamaica. You're coming. If I sign up, come take my seat. We got to hear from you. We got to hear from our scholars. They want the data. They want to know. So there's a meeting in Jamaica that's being hosted by the Working Group on People of African Descent. The title is Reparations. So we're going to be in Jamaica. There's discussion about the fourth forum. They don't know where it is. It could be in Brazil. Wherever it is, we going. We going. And if I don't go, I'm going to help you go. I'm helping somebody go. When we call for papers, Professor Smalls, will you help read them? I know you will. I'm just calling on you. Who else is a doctor, scholar? Come on, don't hide, y'all. We need y'all. Thank you, sister. Put your hand up. The doctors, the scholars, the intellectual. We need your papers. We need your scholarship. We need it. And where the young people at? Don't y'all hide too? Young sister from Europe, she put her phone up. Young sister from Europe, she said, cash at me my reparations. Look at my brother back there, young. See, they know that. She said, I'm going to give you my cash app. I want it right now. And the whole meeting stood up and said that. I felt her on that. So in winding down, we need collective unity. One of the things that we want to do in the Afrodescendant Nation, and we've started already, is to form a memorandum of understanding to support each other. That's basically it. Regardless of what you support this method, you support, I support reparations. And we support each other. And we rally for each other. And we don't go out in public talking about each other, disrespecting each other, because the movement don't have time for that. Remember, time dictates the agenda, and we're going to have a window that 10 years sounds like a long time. It's really not. Because after that, we don't know what's going to happen. You might have to take whatever you fought for. But in the meantime, reparations means self-determination and repair. And there are things that we can do to repair ourselves economically, spiritually, intellectually, socially. And that's what we got to work on. And what we want to show the UN and the rest of the world, that the brothers and sisters here in North America, Afro-descendants, are not broken, that we are strong, and we're over the isms and pettyisms and all this thing like this. Who you with? I'm Christian, I'm Muslim, I'm this. No, I'm Afro-descendant. And my descendant, just like your descendant, came from Africa and was enslaved and went through the same thing that yours went through, whether it was Spanish, French, whatever. I'm going to end on this note. I'm sorry, I said that about 2 times, didn't I? I'm sorry. See, you shouldn't. Why you get us to me? I told you. Look, oh man, what time? All right. I said 1:20, so I think I'm good. All right. The other people didn't show up. Maybe that was, look. 2 things we've got to pay attention to that the UN is looking at. Haiti. Remember, Haiti was the first to be free in the Western Hemisphere, basically Afro-descendants who fought for their freedom. And they've been paying a price both financially, and they've been paying a price socially by these Western powers. Because, so as an example, don't think that our liberation, they don't want that we're going to get away with it and they're going to just do it happy-go-lucky skipping down the street. It's not going to happen. But what is happening in Haiti, because CARICOM is unified, the African Union is unified, Haiti's ready to come up out of wherever she is at this moment, the Haitian people. There are people outside of the island who want to help. How Haiti remodels itself and self-determines could be a model for reparations for Afro-descendant people. I'm just putting it in that way. So we need to look at it. I'm suggesting that the Afrodescendant Nation form a monitoring team that we can monitor situations in Haiti and report back to our people. There's another case, that's one case. There's another case of an island off the coast of East Africa. It has a military base, Carmen, Diego Garcia. The international court wrote an opinion because in recent time, that island was taken over and the people were forced off the island and it was recolonized in model time. And the international court set a precedence of writing an opinion on this case. So the Permanent Forum and the Human Rights Commission is looking at that to see if there's precedence for involvement from the international court on how to address nations in regards to reparations. One final point, and I'm not giving him no big points on this, but it's something that the King of the Netherlands, y'all heard this thing? The King of the Netherlands, he apologized for slavery and he put up like $200 million. And he challenged 14 other nations by the end of 2024 to apologize and put up some money. Well, I ain't seen nobody follow yet. Portugal did? Okay, thank you. That's my brother back. That go Geneva, yes, sir. My brother Cam. So that's two. But what it is, this is a critical time for, it's time for me to get off. Yes. Safiwe, thank you so much. So it's a critical time for us in the reparations movement. We got a video from our brother, Safiwe. I want to put that, sister, if you will play that. I want to say thank you very much and let brother Safiwe give his address. He couldn't be here, but he has something to say to this forum. Thank you. Give it up.
Harambe, free the land. It is an honor and a privilege to join you all at this historic reparations convention. I am Sipiwe Baleka, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Provisional Government of the Republic of New Africa, which was founded when over 500 delegates attended the National Black Government Conference. What form of Harambe, free the land. It is an honor and a privilege to join you all at this historic reparations convention. I am Sipiwe Baleka, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Provisional Government of the Republic of New Africa, which was founded when over 500 delegates attended the National Black Government Conference sponsored by the Malcolm X Society and declared independence for the Black New African Nation on March 31st, 1968. The founding fathers have always emphasized that we are seeking reparations for war damages. The war against our ancestors was initiated by a declaration of war issued by Pope Nicholas V on June 18, 1452, which authorized the invasion of our homelands on the African continent. Our ancestors were captured, trafficked as prisoners of war, and subjected to chattel enslavement that resulted in ethnocide, the destruction of our ancestral identities, and the loss of our sovereignty. These are the first two damages of war that must be repaired through reparations. It is extremely important to understand that the modern reparations movement in the United States was originally conceived by the nationalist element as payment to a nation for war damages suffered by that nation from war conducted against it by colonial governments and their successor state governments, the federal government of the United States, and private entities enlisted to prosecute the war, including banks, insurance companies, and many others. It is also important to understand that a Newsweek poll in 1969 showed that 27% of Black people under the age of 30 wanted independence and a separate government of its own, and were willing, like the Africans on the continent, to engage in armed struggle to get it. In response to this growing new African national consciousness, the United States Federal Bureau of Investigations intensified the war against the new African independence movement and created its counterintelligence program, better known as COINTELPRO, with the following objectives: prevent unity among the nationalists, prevent the rise of a leader that could mobilize nationalists, identify and neutralize the nationalist warriors, alienate the concept of nationalism from the people, prevent nationalism from embedding in youth and future generations. Because of the assassinations of Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr., Fred Hampton, Mark Clark, and many others, as well as the imprisonment of the leaders of the new African independence movement, nationalist consciousness was replaced first with the infusion of drugs, creating a drug culture, followed by gangster rap. Meanwhile, in order to mainstream the support for a reparations movement, many nationalists decided that it was important to de-emphasize the nationalist element and reduce the amount of overt and covert oppression faced by its proponents. And thus you have the current status today where nationalist consciousness barely exists in Black America and is almost completely absent from the reparations movement and discussions among the various reparations task forces and commissions today. The danger is that if the nationalist portion of the reparations demand continues to be neglected, reparations will not lead to new African sovereignty. And since this is the primary harm committed against us, so-called reparations will not repair this most important harm. Sovereignty can easily be restored if the international community supports our righteous struggle for land and independence, just like it is now supporting the Palestinians, who are demanding sovereignty over their land and recognition as a member of the United Nations. The first step is to conduct a plebiscite, a vote of all people recorded as Black in the 1970 census and their descendants of voting age that allows each person to choose one of the following options. 1, return to their ancestral homeland in Africa. 2, the creation of a new African nation on American soil. 3, full U.S. citizenship. And 4, emigration to another country. After the vote, the resources are to be given based on the number in each category. There must be a self-determination component in which the people choose for themselves what form of reparations they want in order to achieve satisfaction. The plebiscite is something we must do for ourselves. It will require organizing the logistics for approximately 70,000 voting centers in our Black churches so that 29 million of us can exercise self-determination, deciding which of the 4 options is best for our family. In this way, we can unite all segments of our community under the plebiscite campaign, even though we may disagree on the best way forward for our destiny. Those who want to integrate into America need not fight with those who want to repatriate to their homeland in Africa, nor with those who want to liberate the national territory of the Republic of New Africa. Self-determination allows all of us to respect each other and unite in order to get the reparations and remedies that we all need. Thank you.
Briefly, I want to ask is Stephen Golden the president of the UNIA from Jamaica, Stephen Golden? Did he make it in? Okay. We have a few minutes before we transition to our next panel, but I want to share these words. Did we want to still do some questions? Don't have time? Okay. So we're going to lead into the next panel, but I want to say this. When Madam President was speaking, she talked about the mentality. When we talk about reparations and we talk about the strategic planning and implementation that will produce that desired result, we must speak about the mentality that's connected to producing that reality. I've been blessed to travel, and I was in Nigeria once in a small town called Oshobo, a couple hours outside of Lagos in Yoruba land, and I was sitting with a Babalawan, and he shared with me and your ori is essentially, I'm sure Professor Smalls can better explain it, but your ori is how your thoughts connect to your disposition. Our actions are a direct result of our thoughts. If we continue to think and operate, well, they ain't gonna give us no money, as if they really got the power to give us something. Well, it ain't gonna really happen. We don't even know what to do with the money. We just gonna waste it. And everything that has hindered us, at particularly this point of our growth and development, has been a byproduct of a dirty, corrupted ori or thought process. So I want us to understand that this convention, again, is more than just flowery words and great orators. It is a reorientation of our minds, that we clean up our thoughts and we produce the necessary desired results, which is power and self-determination. For those rule of Jesus and the Greek language said, if you had but the faith of a mustard seed, that you can say to a mountain, be gone, and it'll be removed. I'm telling you, our issues aren't as strong, as big as a mountain. It seems that way. It seems insurmountable, but I promise you. See, the thing about lies and deception, white supremacy, is very fragile. You see, the reality of their system, when it's built on lies and hate and disdain, it can't really stand. Nothing built on a lie can sustain itself. So once you understand and accept that we have not just been duped, we've been lied to, and we've bought into the utility of the lie, and we remove that from our thinking, it ceases to exist. Let's clean up our minds, as we already have been doing, and let's make our ancestors proud. Let's continue to exalt the living God as we produce this next result. So, with that being said, we got to move on to the program. It seems like we're on time. This next panel, as I bring up the moderator, Rashad Singleton, is based on the national and local reparations. And so as I bring up my brother, our brother and friend, Rashad Singleton, please take us further in the program. Please give him a round of applause. Okay. Did you want me to or? Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Okay, is it gonna reach me? We're gonna make this work. Does this come up?
Yes.
Okay. Let's pull it up.
Yeah, pull it up. I apologize.
No, it's all right.
You're gonna have to tell you.
You know, listen, when you this big, you break things a lot. So before I touch anything, I'm like, is it supposed to come up? You know, thank you, brother. Thank you, family, for having me. First, giving honor to the Most High and Yeshua, who is the head of my life. I bring you greetings all the way from Florida. Yes, there's some country folks in Florida that want their reparations. I would ask all the panelists for the next segment to go ahead and come to the stage. We'll do the introductions once we're on the stage. Everyone on the next panelist, please take your seats. As we get ready to prepare and talk about organizations and the effects that we're having with reparations, we want to make sure that, as the brother said earlier, we are united on this issue. We have to be completely and totally united on the issue of reparations. I don't care what generation you're in. I don't care what you got going on in your job. I believe it was Dr. revolutionary educator. And when you get to the bottom of it, and shout out to the Black Panther Party over here, I feel so warm in my heart to be around revolutionaries right here. I feel so good. Shout out to the Black Panther Party, to our NOI brothers, to my fellow Israelites. I'm grateful once again to be amongst you today. I believe our panelists are still setting up. As we continue to do that, again, I want you to truly understand reparations is the number one issue that we should all be talking about. We always talk about different things and different solutions and different fights out there. There's nothing more important than reparations. We've been in boycotting all morning. We was at Capital One Bank, I believe 9 o'clock yesterday morning. We was raising something that I won't say in the church, but we was causing a lot of ruckus. And it was a good thing because we can no longer be giving money to these institutions that had their hands in our slavery. We have to pull our money out of these businesses. We saw our brothers and sisters in Birmingham and what they were capable of doing just by stop riding the buses, just by not riding the buses. They were able to shut a city down. What would you do, brother, if you stop banking with that bank? What would you do if you stop buying that company's clothes? What would you do if you stop eating that business food? Half the food they selling you is poison anyway. Why you keep buying it? Moving on, family. I'm grateful once again to be with you. My name is Rashad Singleton. I am the president of the National Reparations League. Thank you, sister. Thank you, sister. You know, I realized something back around 2018. I didn't see a lot of young people fighting for reparations. I saw a lot of our brothers and sisters from the civil rights area, and don't take this offense, my elders, but I feel like y'all have done a great job. It's our turn now. Tag us in. Tag us in. Put us in the game. Because we're not tired, and most of these brothers and sisters need something to do. If they need something to do, get them involved in a reparations organization. We're not playing, and we're not here to take no holidays and empty apologies as solution. We'll take what they gave so-called Jewish people, land and money. We'll take what they gave Native Americans, land and money. We'll take what they gave Japanese Americans, land and money. We'll take what they gave slave masters. They didn't give slave masters a holiday. They gave them cash. I tried to pay my bills with an apology. It didn't go too well. As we go down the panel, Brother Cam Howard, could you please give us a brief introduction of yourself and tell us a little bit about the organization you represent?
Thank you, brother. Thank everybody who came out today to the conference. And let's give it up for the conference planners, Afrodescendant Nation, who had the vision to establish these gatherings to unify the movement under some basic foundational truths that we are one people. And as being one people, we have shared challenges and we should have shared solutions to those challenges. And that's what this is about, creating those shared solutions. So my name is Cam Howard. I'm a longtime reparations activist in America, also recognized globally. My organization is Reparations United. That's one organization. I'm also a commissioner of the National African American Reparations Commission. I'm the co-convener of the Global Circle for Reparations and Healing. In the Global Circle, we delivered a presentment to the Roman Catholic Church at the Vatican in 2018, July 18th of 2022. Thank you. And the church has been responding, not the way we wanted them to, but they have been responding. Former national co-chair of NCOBRA, 3-time elected national co-chair of NCOBRA. And I'm the only one in America that can boast the following. And I usually don't boast about the work that I do, but as I move into this next campaign that I'm running, I want people to be assured that when they volunteer or when they join this campaign, they join in someone who has a long history of being in the reparations movement at the highest level. So I was the lead writer on revising the federal reparations bill, HR 40, changing it from a study bill to a remedy bill in 2015 under NARC's leadership. I was the lead writer of that legislation. The state of California adopted HR 40 as its base versus legislation. So I was the lead of the Illinois legislation that established the Illinois Reparations Commission. And I worked with State Assembly Charles Barron in New York in crafting the New York State Reparations Commission. And also worked with Robert Ruth Simmons in Illinois, who established her draft of the restorative housing reparations initiative, the only initiative in this country that's actually delivering compensation. So all the 3 states that have been established, missions in 3 states that's been established, and the federal bill, I had my hand in it, deeply in it. And so when I talk about this next campaign, I want you to know that it's not just something that just came off the top of my mind, but it's been fed by 20 years of work, study, activism, understanding, not just in America, but understanding the reparations movement globally. And so I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Cam is a tough act to follow. So my name is Pamela Denise Long. I go by Denise. Reparation is all that matters. And when we talk about reparation, it takes many forms. And yes, cash is chief among those forms. I came to this work at a time where when I talked about reparation, people were like, oh, okay, well, that ain't gonna happen, but right. So I was the person in my family who was sending around Danny Glover's emails regarding CARICOM and all the things. And people were like, okay, Pam, that's great. Right. And so I have been thrilled is an insufficient word to describe the momentum, my feeling of joy and fulfillment when I see your faces in this crowd, my feeling of joy and fulfillment when I'm sitting next to this brother who has done so very much for the work, my feeling of joy and commitment to see national reparation be a thing in mainstream news, my feeling of joy, commitment, and drive and motivation when I see reparation commissions, local, state, happening one after the other, after the other. So thank you to everybody who has made that possible before me and those who are just getting activated into the work. We are all necessary. So what do? I write. I've written quite a few articles for Newsweek that focus really on the Black American legacy and what is due to us. Now, when I say Newsweek, I know a lot of people are like, isn't Newsweek sort of a right-wing sort of thing? I've been very fortunate to be able to write pieces about what the Democrat Party and the Republican Party owes to the people who built this country, fought in every war, including the war that saved this place when the redcoats were coming. I've written something called the 3-Point Plan to Unite America. recognizing that many of us plan to stay in the joint that we built, right? Knowing that we're going to need to educate and hold our fellow countrymen accountable to the full implementation and enforcement of our legacy protections. And those protections are already on the books. I am the national coordinator for the Coalition of Concerned Freedmen, which is really a way to push advocacy for legislation, executive orders, reinvigorating the judicial acts that have allowed us to be relatively free in the country that we built. My dissertation work, the brother called for papers. I love to write. I love to research. So send it my way. I'm happy to do it. My dissertation work was really about when we talk about equity in these times, how does equity for all affect the people upon whom most justice claims are based? But what does it look like for the people who were the seeds of that equity tree to actually get equity? So I'll stop there.
Grateful to be in the midst. Brother Cam, you know, we could all be doing something on a beautiful Saturday. But you make it your mission and you take time out of your own life to fight for this issue consistently. Why do you choose to fight this fight? And how important is it that we all unite behind this issue? Because it is my position that if we all united behind reparations, we will
The Panthers called the lumpen proletariat, you know, those folks who are working against the community. But at some point on this, I was able to hear from my spirit, hear from the divine, and put me into this direction. I at the same time, I got exposed to Malcolm from Malcolm X, which told me that everybody has a potential to transform wherever they're at. And so I just tried to emulate that great ancestor, and here I am. So, but why should we all unite around redress? There's statistics, and you know, we don't even have to be scientific to know that the conditions that face us will continue perpetually into perpetuity unless specific directed redress or resources are targeted to intervene. Now, we did a lot of stuff on our own, and we can come out of this on our own also, but it's going to take a tremendous new consciousness. We had several consciousness periods in America. We had the race first consciousness movement led by Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. We had the new Negro consciousness movement. We had the Black consciousness movement. We had the Afrocentric consciousness movement. And now we have a reparations consciousness movement. Will that be enough to undo all of the damage that has been done to us over the centuries? I don't know if that's the consciousness that is going to do it, but we need there has to be a tremendous consciousness of unity and self-determination and self-sufficiency, all those things that fed the race first consciousness that was led by Marcus Garvey, if we are going to do it on our own. Until that happens, we fight for those who have injured us to get resources from them, right? So my job as an activist is to organize struggle, to demand resources from those criminals who have acted in a way that have harmed us. And this harm, again, will continue into perpetuity unless there is massive resources, either internally or externally, and I'm fighting for those external resources from these criminals, until massive resources are targeted toward our injury. I was born into an injured community, as were my parents. I just became a great-grandfather 3 days ago. As my great-grandson is born into an injured community as a result of crimes committed against their parents, as well as their grandparents and great-grandparents, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want this to keep going on. I don't want it to keep continuing. At some point, we have to be fully healed. And so that's why I do the work.
Can you repeat that?
Before we can, yeah, absolutely. Before we continue to the next question, I want to have the brother introduce himself, and if you could tell us a little bit about your organizations.
Peace and blessings, everyone. My name is John C. Barnett. I'm here by way of Charlotte, North Carolina. Real briefly, my organization is called THUG, T-H-U-G. It's an acronym for True Healing Under God. And even though some of y'all may smile and say thug, it's 18,000 black. Louisiana ain't looking too good. They number one in the country with the most black men in jail. That's why we had to go fight and drive buses from Charlotte to Jena, Louisiana. In California, as it sits so pretty with Hollywood, Michael Jackson's Neverland may be empty right now. There's 150,000 inmates in prison in California, which means when Dr. King was alive, there was 300,000 inmates. Today it's 1.6. So I got mad sitting up under the tree, watching my friends go to prison in South Carolina. South Carolina don't play. Solicitor says, if you come here and on probation, he say, if you come here and on vacation, break the law, you're going to leave on probation. That's what the solicitor said. So I was inspired. After my brother was shot in the back over a pair of tennis shoes, I was at church, kind of like this. So quartet singing going on. I got up, went home. My grandmother said somebody been shooting on the back road. So I went around the spot where the fellas hang out at, where we shoot the jive and play cards. And I see my brother laying on the ground gasping for air. I began to look at him and I realized he had been shot and he was dying. I asked my cousin, I said, what happened? He said, Chris shot him. I looked to the right. Chris had his head down at a house. I can remember it as if it was yesterday. And he had his head down. He had shot my brother over a pair of tennis shoes. Wrong size, Reebok pump, the shoes you could pump up. My brother brought size 8, Chris wanted 9. And as he played Minister Society in his head and Boys to Men, my brother was 26, cousin was 16. Pulled out a gun and said, take these shoes back to the mall. He said, I'm not going to take these shoes back to the mall. You're going to go back. And he used the N-word. My brother said, I'm not going to fight you over a pair of tennis shoes. So he turns around and Chris shoots him once in the back. Shoots him twice in the back. When he hit the ground, he shot him a third time. I was in church that day. There's 2 types of church members, churchgoers and Christians. Churchgoers just go to church 52 Sundays out of the year, get some chicken, macaroni and cheese, go to choir rehearsal, and go right back home. Christians, as my mentor, Al Sharpton, who was stabbed in his chest in Bedford-Stuyvesant. Christians is Jesus and some of the disciples that was crucified, some of them upside down. So I went to something called the Million Man March, 95. And I stood there and I watched 61 speakers. And I heard Minister Farrakhan say, go home and write one brother in prison. And I thought about that thing. I said, Chris is still my blood. So I came home. And as I went to DC, mind you, I was listening to Tupac. That's where Thug comes from. I came home and I began to write my brother's killer. And that's how I started my organization, Thug. I started out as prison outreach. And then in 2002, I wrote Reverend Sharpton in jail during his nonviolent protests where he lost all that weight. And to my surprise, he wrote me back. I worked with Reverend Sharpton for 6 years. I'm thankful for him. So now we've been full-time since 2008. We get about 50 calls a week. And our people are struggling out here. So today I'm glad to be here and I'm glad to see your chocolate faces.
You want to put it in people?
Absolutely.
Give them absolutely. Thank you, brother. Family, you know, when we fighting for justice and liberation, time goes by fast. So we're gonna keep our answers at about 1.5 to 2 minutes. The question, sister and brother, was why do you personally choose to fight in this fight? And how important is it that we all unite, even all the brothers and sisters outside this church, behind this issue? Because I brought up that it's my position that if we unite behind this, like we've united behind other things, we'll get it.
Thank you. There are some things that you want to do, some things that you're voluntold to do, and there are some things that you have to do. I'm a 7th generation American and counting. You know how they go, like you have the birth certificates and the whole thing, and then you get to 18 such and such, and then you talk to somebody who's 80 in the family, and they're like, "Oh, child, I got such." Okay, and so that's 8th generation. You know, so 7th and counting. My child is 8th generation American. I think about the things that my grandmother, born in 1920. Mississippi, endured. My mother had my sister in
this cause. In Gina, Louisiana, there's only 2,500 people there when I got there. 400 Black, the rest was white and Hispanic. But I remember the judge saying, "I don't care what Sharpton and Baisden say. We locking these boys up for 20 years for a school fight." So as we drove to Gina, the closer I got to Gina, I started seeing cows and cotton, and I knew I wasn't in Charlotte, North Carolina. But I remember going to a gas station and seeing a grandmother figure in there. And I told her, "Do you know it's 30,000 people in your city today? And that Jesse Jackson's here and Ice Cube just showed up with his wife." And she bowed her head and ran back in the kitchen. And that's when I understood the fear. And so I think key to unity is for supporting the struggle. One thing that Malcolm X did is he had to deprogram us. He had to say it's okay to speak bold. It's okay to be beautiful and Black. We're the only race that can produce 5 different colors. And I think the key to unity is that we get together ourselves. I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina, as I close in my last 30 seconds. They suspended 3,500 Black boys in Charlotte.
Thank you, brother. Brother Cam, with your expertise, what do you feel like is the quickest and most powerful way to achieving reparations on a national level?
Armed struggle, but it may not be quick to us to develop those forces, but that's taking what is rightfully ours. In this country, there's 3 branches of government, and reparations can only come from one of the 3, or it can come from several. But at this particular time, the courts are anti-Black, which automatically they're anti-reparations. The Supreme Court. The Congress is being led by the same forces in the House, and so there's not going to be any redress coming out of the Congress. So the only branch of government that we can target at this particular time is the executive branch of government, the president. And the conditions to do so are the most favorable they've been since Reconstruction, since coming out of enslavement, where we had to force Lincoln into glory. There's a book by Lerone Bennett called Forced into Glory. Lincoln was no emancipator. He wanted gradual ending of enslavement over 50 years. But he was forced to act because he needed to save, quote unquote, the Union. We're in a position to force Biden to do the same. We're in an election year. Black voters are 20% of the Democratic Party's base. That's more than all other people of color combined in this country. If you take all other people of color, take blacks away, they're 19% of the Democratic Party base. We're 20%. They cannot win without us. Because we're in an election cycle, we have the ability to leverage that power. And because there's 2.9 million Black voters who voted for Biden in the last election has said they disapprove of him, they've already leveraged the Black vote for us. Now we have to message the president that this is a reality. This is your reality. It's no longer a threat. It's an actual reality that you do not have enough of the Black vote to win. It's a fact. Plus, another fact is that we've demonstrated all around the country that there's political will for reparations within the Democratic Party. 88% of Democratically elected in the House and the Senate in the last Congress signed on to the reparations bills in the House and Senate. 88%. Of federally elected. The three largest cities in America, the governors of those three states have signed reparations commission bills. These are also the largest population centers, urban population centers of Black Americans. Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York City. Hundreds, as my sister says, cities, democratically elected state and local leaders are pushing reparations in their cities. The only person in the Democratic Party not in alignment with the political will that's been established is the president. And we have to message the president and we have to message Black voters to make this demand. And we can do this by Juneteenth of this year. And we created a campaign to attempt to do that. So that's the quickest way, but that gives us a commission. The commission has 2 years to do its work. And then we have to fight for resources for the proposals that come out. But that can all be done within the next administration.
Thank you. So I know some people will disagree with me about that, and that's fine. Let's talk about it. What I'm about to say. I think that the best thing is for the nation to enslave us and allow states to exert their right to harm us. The best thing to do would be for national reparation to happen. Absolutely, completely support that. I also support everybody who participated paying their due, nationally, internationally, state, county, the whole thing. So here's the part that might be slightly controversial. I think one of the things we need to think about is we might have to take chunks out of this elephant. So the city of Chicago gonna cut off what is appropriate to the people who were harmed, Minneapolis, all the things. The state of Maryland, for example, doing a thing where perhaps they partner with the president to declare a state of emergency in Black America. They did it when folks got shot up, not to be disrespectful, but when folks got shot in Chicago and Highland Park, they declared a state of emergency and gave some money. So how about the governor of a state who is pro-justice, declare a state of emergency, get that $5 million from he even got to get permission. He can just get it and start your Freedmen's Bureau to look at So I think we got to do all the things across the three levels of government at all the levels in order to get the ultimate thing, which is our complete and utter repair, and absolutely for the self-determination that folks are talking about as well.
I think I'm going to give y'all the hip hop version since I may be the youngest one up here. But I say it with a purpose. I think the first thing is, of course, the quickest way to get reparations would be to make sure we embrace our God. I think a lot of us have unfortunately forgot about God. I was talking to my pastor last week and I said, Black folks don't even go to Sunday school. When money comes into the Jewish community, it lasts about 14 days before it goes out. He said that the Italians They get a check on their job or wherever it may be. Takes 7 days for that check to go out. White people in America say when they get money, it goes outside of their community 4 days. I was shocked when he said how soon it is for black folks. He said 8 hours. 8 hours. And I loved my Muslim brothers. And I know Minister Farrakhan had a national agenda, but he had an agenda for us to follow that. And I told my pastor, members of the Nation of Islam have never called me for help, but yet your son may be smoking weed on the low. So what am I saying? We need not only God, but discipline. We need some discipline bad. We need discipline real bad. And then the last two is real quick is that we need one voice. One voice. What's one voice? We need to be echoing the same thing. Reverend Sharpton once told me that Dr. King would be marching in Mississippi and then his wife, Coretta, would be in Alabama, but they would be speaking about the same thing. So to the Amy Zion, to the Baptists, to the AKAs, to the Q Dogs, all of us got to come together on one accord. And once America, as Public Enemy would say, fear of a black planet, once they see us unified, they're going to say, you know what? They ain't playing. They done came together. We're going to have to cut a check.
Thank you so much, brother. Family, keeping our answers at about a minute. Right now, we want to make sure we hear from our audience and give you an opportunity to ask some questions. Brothers and sisters, we just saw this government roll out billions of dollars for Ukraine, billions of dollars for Israel, billions of dollars for COVID. But they always say they ain't got no money for reparations. Even Japanese Americans got reparations. They ain't have to pick no cotton or nothing. I ain't seen no pictures getting their lashes on their back or nothing. Brother, so I just keeping a minute short. What's your thoughts on this government's ability to roll out all this money for everybody else except us?
They do what's in their best interest. It's in America's best foreign policy interest to fund the war in Ukraine. You know, they are part of NATO, and it's an international military alliance. And so that's in their best interest. When they see that paying reparations is in their best interest, they'll do so. And so we have to message and one of our messages as we engage this campaign, one of our messages to the president is how America in its entirety benefits from reparations, paying black reparations. There was a Citigroup study that showed if the country had paid reparations 15 years ago, $5 trillion would have been added to the economy. The GDP would increase 3% annually, the gross domestic product of this country. So, and there's political benefit. There's this huge talk about democracy is in peril, that autocracy is, if Trump is elected, we have a whole new form of government. Well, that's a benefit for paying reparations. So we have to, as my brother said, we have to be on one accord. We have to be one accord on how America benefits of paying black reparations. It's not a financial benefit only. There's other benefits. And the more they hear that, they can be persuaded. And the Citigroup is like the third largest bank in America, third largest bank in probably the top 5 in the world. Their economists created this report. It's not something that, a small community college professor of economics did. They put their entire team of economists to craft this report. And so we have to show America that it's not a detriment, but it's actually an investment into this country.
Absolutely, brother. I agree with that. Reparation will transform the nation. So what we found during COVID was, they had those monthly child tax credits that people would get, and it raised children out of poverty. When they took them away, the poverty rate increased. So clearly, having resources is the best way to address poverty and the things that come from poverty. Being able to get your child enrolled in academic tutoring, not having to work 2-3 shifts so that your child world is not latchkey and you can be there for them, developing those relationships and all the things, being able to purchase a home instead of renting and or to become a landlord, right? Being able to replace your car instead of constantly having to buy, the one that's just going to make it until next month. Being able to purchase insurance so that the burden on our healthcare system from emergency home, visits to the ER, where you can get your, preventive care, all of those types of things benefit communities that are impoverished and or under-resourced. Being able to get that academic degree or that credential you need in order to make the next level of income. So to Cam's point, absolutely, when they see it's in the best interest of the nation, they will do it. And here's the other thing. People talk about wanting unity, unite the nation, get beyond race and all of those type of things. But when Citigroup did another study that showed that over the last 20 years, discrimination has cost the anti-Black discrimination specifically. Right. And so the idea is not only does it benefit Black America, it does benefit the nation. We have to push that. And I'm going to challenge you on this, on the left and the right, because the political wills of this nation does not move based upon one party alone.
I believe the checks will be cut a lot quicker on us, in particular, being persistent. But I think most of the checks that we see being cut in America is based on fear. Whether it's Louisiana, there's some type of fear. 9/11, they got big lights shining in the sky. But I believe that most of them are cut in fear of something, fear that it don't happen again, or we just want to repair it. George Floyd lost his life and they gave the family $27 million. Won't bring his life back, but teach Minneapolis Police Department, don't do it again. Well, we're going to make sure we cut another. So we're going to make sure we force you to get another check. So I think one of the fear factors is very simple. I think the goal is for reparations for us to receive that in a quick way. It's not for us to say that it's going to provide certain resources for us, be it land or houses. I think you have to put fear on the table. I think giving reparations to young Black boys in America, as I left Charlotte and there's 3,500 Black boys suspended, is that we got to let America know, if you can help us with these boys, educationally wise, that they will not sell drugs at the age of 13, the way 50 Cent and Jay-Z may have done, that we're going to help you, because they are not going to be the one that run up on your porch and rob your grandma. So if you have to use it, use it. But I believe one of the key factors is using fear in America, to let them know that if you don't take care of this problem now in 1960, it's going to come back and haunt you later on. In 1954, the most feared man in America was a white man. In 2024, the most feared man in America is a little Black boy walking down the street with Skittles and a hoodie on.
Thank you, family. Thank you. This will be our last question. Then we will take it to our audience. Brothers and sisters, we was at the bank this morning at Capital One Bank, and one of the brothers was getting ready to walk in, and he was like, "Man, what y'all doing out here?" I said, "Brother, we boycotting this bank. This is a slave bank. This bank has ties to our chattel slavery." He said, "What? Oh man, I'm gonna take my money out of there." That's what it takes. Boycott, boycott, boycott. As you see on a lot of your programs, we are issuing boycotts for Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Barclays, Harvard University, University of Georgia, Rutgers University. Anybody that has ties to our child of slavery will be boycotted effective immediately. Brothers and sisters, how important is it that we boycott now and not tomorrow, right now? And will you have the final words? And Brother Cam, you can talk about your campaign, please.
Well, it's just insane to give your money to someone who's harmed you and they haven't tried to repair that harm. I mean, that's just, it's not using common sense. And there are a lot of organizations, corporations and institutions that fit that model, fit that bill of being criminal organizations in relationship to Black America. And so in some instances like today, the brother didn't know. But when he was made aware, he decided to take action. And I think a lot of it is still, a lot of our people are unaware. And we just have to create and increase the consciousness of our people, and they will act in the desired manner. So that would be my say. So the campaign that my organization, Reparations United, is the lead organization in the National Earn the Black Vote campaign. The sole purpose of the campaign is to get a reparations commission by executive order of the president before the election. It's not about voting for Biden or not voting for Biden. It's not about voting for Trump or not voting for Trump. It's about utilizing the power that Black people have amassed unintentionally over the last 60 years by primarily voting Democrat, to use that power and leverage it to getting something tangible for us before the election. And we were able to, the campaign is built on three foundational truths. The first foundational truth is that the Democratic Party is totally dependent on the Black vote to win. There's been no Democrat in this country that's won since LBJ without the Black vote. The Republicans win the majority of the white vote in every election since 1952, with the exception of LBJ. It's been the Black vote that made the difference for Kennedy, the difference for Carter, the difference for Clinton twice, the difference for Obama twice, and the difference for Biden. We put those Democrats in office. And so they know they can't win without us. And so that's the first foundational truth, that they're totally dependent upon us. The second foundational truth is that we need a commitment to reparations and reparatory justice before the election. And the third foundational truth is that for them to get what they want and for us to get what we want, it has to come through a reparations commission. And so we have 4 phases of the campaign. Our first phase was targeting President Biden. We hired this high-powered survey and marketing firm. They spent over $100 million invested in artificial intelligence. We're using the best in technology in America. We were able to do a 30-day campaign targeting 2,300 of Joe Biden's closest influencers. This company is able to put our messages in the face of 2,300 of his closest influencers, political influencers, personal influencers, and professional influencers. And our message was that they can't win without us. The political will has already been established. And this is Joe Biden's Emancipation Proclamation moment. History demands that he do this now. And we've had several success. The second phase of our campaign was crafting two polls. One was a national poll. The other one was a poll in Michigan. The first poll, the national poll, we'll have those results back at the end of this month or the first of next month. Both polls asked the same question. If President Biden was established a reparations commission, are you more likely, less likely, or no change that you'll come out and vote in November for him? The first poll was to those 2.9 million Black voters who I said was this company identified disapprove of Biden. They voted for him in 2020, but don't think they're going to vote for him this year. So that's the poll. That's the question we're asking them. We asked the same question to registered but non-voters in the state of Michigan. 271,000 Black folks registered in Michigan didn't vote in the last election. That's a swing state. We asked them the same question. 60% said that if Biden was to establish a reparations commission, they would come out and vote. That's 150,000 votes. He would win in Michigan, and we could project the same thing in Pennsylvania, and we can project the same thing in Wisconsin among those Black registered voters who didn't vote. If he establishes a reparations commission, they would likely come out. So we're messaging the president with this. We released a press release. Congresswoman Sheila Jackson-Lee put a powerful quote in there, said that a reparations commission would have transformative levels of increase in voters in November. And so we're messaging the president. And the third phase of our campaign has to come from the Black electorate. And so we have a national campaign, a postcard campaign. There's stacks of 50 on the back desk. We want people to go and get a stack of these and mail them in from wherever you're at and demonstrate to the president that this demand is coming from around the country. Have some posters. You can grab your poster from back there as well about the campaign. Thank you, sister. Once they're both targeted toward President Biden. We want a reparations commission by executive order. On the back of it is earn the black vote. And the other one said, let's win together. We're not going to win. You're not going to win unless we win. So let's win together. So that's the campaign. We're having a tremendous amount of success. We have a website, earntheblackvote.net, that lays out the campaign. We have we're building state teams in each of those 14 or so swings. Purple states, they call them. Several are swing states and other are purple states. So we're building state teams to amplify this message as we move in the last 35, 40 days before Juneteenth.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. No, you good. Thank you, family. Thank you. We will start with our questionings now. And sister, I'm going to let you be the first one to answer this. Brother, please. And if anyone likes to ask a question, we ask that you please line up on the right. If you have any questions, please line up on the right. Yes, sir. I'll come down there now, old school, old talk show host. I'll come down there now. Don't make me come out this pulpit. I got you, brother. What's your question, brother?
Oh, no, it's not me.
Okay. Come on up, family. Come on up. Come right here. What's your question, brother?
Well, my thoughts was really a comment, but I'll try to phrase it in form of a question. So any voting strategy we come up with seems to have the burden of the necessity to, there's a nullifier when it comes to voting strategies. The nullifier is that you're voting for the lesser of two evils. Vote for Biden, or again, a vote that's denied Biden is vote for Trump. But I think there needs to be a greater understanding as to the value proposition of a vote. Our vote has great momentum, but not to us. It has no value for us because those who are counting on our vote sort of see it as a shoo-in. It's going to be given for that because of that mantra that a vote for one is a vote for the other. But to bring values to our vote, I think there's a necessity to be able to face denial and pain. All right, so if you don't get the candidate hoping to get into the office in there, but you withhold your vote, it may mean the other candidate gets in there, but even though you may not see what you want to see immediately, and you may have to languish for a time, over time, everyone will understand that this vote is not for free. There must be something given for this vote. And that's the value proposition that will make our vote valuable for us, the way it's valuable for the candidates. So that willingness to, we've been through things. We've gone through tough times. We can go through tough times again, but hold that vote. That will bring value to our vote. It's very important.
Thank you, brother. Give the brother a hand and clap. Please give the brother a hand and clap. Please, sister. Oh, this the line? Oh, yeah, please. Who's next?
I appreciate you. I got it, bro.
Yeah.
All right. Thank y'all for being here and allowing me to speak just as community for real. My question is more directed at the panelists. My question is, as we're centralizing the spirit and the medium of the funds and the financial freedom, what intercommunal ethics are replacing those ethics that we've lost over time? Like, this could be referenced within y'all's organizations or interdependently between y'all's organizations to basically just establish or keep consistent our purpose as those means change, because the means of that financial freedom, as y'all mentioned, could come from so many different places for so many different reasons. I want to know what keeps you all aligned in your missions and how y'all create synchronicity. You get what I'm saying?
So I hope I captured your question, but you talked about ethics and financial independence. So here's a couple things I think need to happen. One, prepare for reparation, right? So if you know that when you get that money, it tends to bounce in that 8 hours, go ahead and find out who the Black community or the Black businesses are in your community. If you know that balancing a checkbook ain't your stilo, go ahead and get that financial literacy now. When you know that you need to look at where you're going to deposit your funds, go ahead and find that Black bank now. When you know that you want to start a business, but you're really not sure, you just need the capital to do it, go ahead and talk to the Small Business Administration and get your ducks in a row now. And the thing that I will say, and I hope I'm not off on your question, is Dr. Claude Anderson wrote a brilliant strategy book called Powernomics about how to ethnically network, how to grow, implement, I think it's page 255 now, start that. The other thing I will say really quickly, 30 seconds, I promise, is recall that we're trying to get away from the left and the right extremes. So when we have viable candidates who are alternate to those two extremes, that changes the whole dynamic from a 50-50. If you have 3, it's 33, 34, 33, 33, right? If you have 4, it's explicit 25. So let's make sure that we're not just stuck in the lesser of two bad evils, that we are cultivating those 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th party alternatives so that you can flip a lot when you only need 20% of the vote versus when you need 50.
Thank
The
you.
brother's point earlier.
Absolutely. We're going to go to the, yeah, we're going to keep it one question, but we're here all day long, family, so you can ask many questions you want to. Brother?
Peace, family, peace. So I just have a question / comment, obviously for the panel. So my name is GAS. My real name is Gregory Antonio Stewart, so that's just my regular name. I am a rapper. I have a question / comment, right? So I would say that I make what people would call poetic rap or conscious rap or whatever that is to people. My question and comment is, I would say that I am one of the people who are taking what we created as Black Americans, hip hop, and using it to the benefit of the Black community, right? But when we talk in these type of spaces, more often than not, we tend to regard the overall conception of hip hop as negative, right? And I understand why that comes from, because of the byproduct of its inception, right? And essentially what is being glamorized on the masses of hip hop, right? So my question is, do you guys feel the need to want to adjust how the young people are handling hip hop, or do you want to like cancel it out in that kind of regard of saying like, you know, it was built upon, you know, like we said, faulty foundation to a certain extent. So should it therefore be broken down, you know, or not withstand the test of time? I think that would probably be what I'm getting at. So,
okay. I'll try and answer that. I think that music has always been a part of our culture, from slavery to civil rights movement. Dr. King would get Mahalia Jackson to open up for him when he spoke. So I think music, in particular hip hop, is a very important piece. NAACP, I'm a member of NAACP. They're losing members. I told them, I need to get a hip hop rapper to be the spokesman, because the young people are connected to hip hop. You can't have a mega church without the ages of 25 to 40. Jamal Bryant, whatever mega church you see, there's 25 to 40 now. So yes, it plays a very important part, but I'm an old school hip hop. So I remember Grandmaster Flash and CL Smooth and Pete Rock, where they said something. I remember driving down the road and I stopped eating pork. When I went to Me and Man March, then I started listening to Brand Nubian. So they would educate me through rap, but the rap today, because the ones on top seen what rap was going to do, and they seen the influence of it. And so they
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jan. I'll do my best to formulate a question. So we talk about using the strategy of voting, mobilizing folks to vote for Joe Biden, hoping that maybe he might give us some reparations. But what I see is media telling us that our eyes are lying to us, right? We see politicians responding to pressure, right? Literally, folks are coming off buses in big cities, just got here and are getting millions and millions of dollars in resources, right? While literally thousands of people are dying on the streets in the cities that our ancestors built. You know, and it's blasphemous to me to see that someone just got here to the city of LA, where I'm from, and they have resources being poured into them. Whereas in LA, Black folks are only about 6% now because of the rate we've been pushed out. And 40% or more of the people literally living on our streets dead, dying. 6 people die a day homeless in Los Angeles. That's a real number. So we keep saying, go vote. The Democrats will do this. Maybe these folks will do this. They're not responding to us voting. You know, so what are you going to do to use the platforms and the access that you have? I heard you talk about Al Sharpton is close to you. Obviously, Cam Howard, you're close inside the Democratic Party. We need to pressure them. They can't be playing in our face the way they are and just giving our money to other people when they owe us first. So you have to mobilize a base that is going to be energized to apply pressure, not just to go vote, but to go apply pressure to force them to give us our check and what they owe us, you know, because we see them giving it away to people who haven't earned it. So.
Thank you, sister.
So quickly, thank you, sister. To clarify, the Earn a Black Vote campaign is not designed to persuade anyone or inform anyone to go and vote for Joe Biden, or to vote for Trump, or not to vote for Trump or Joe Biden. It is designed for us to utilize the power that we have, leverage it to the only person in America that can do something right now, tomorrow, for what we've already done for him. We've already put him in office. So this is about what we've already done and what we demand for what we've already done. And if you do it, you're more likely to win in November, to get our vote again in November. That's our what we organize and say, until those 2.9 million are convinced that he has our back the way he said they have it, he said he would, until they're convinced, he's not going to win. No matter, that's who he has to convince. And we're telling them, you can convince, you can more than likely convince him if you establish this reparations commission.
Questions. So we want to have quick questions, quick comments right now. Quick questions, quick comments right now. Come on.
Hello, I'm Trent Cruz from St. Paul, Minnesota. Good to see all you guys again. I have a comment and a quick question. I think it's important as we're fighting for reparations and gaining more. I think reparations is going to happen in our lifetime. It's already happening in certain cities and states. But I think it's important that we dispel myths about Black economics. Black people save more money than any group in America. We just don't have access to capital. So we can't say Black people are just going to go spend their monies on Cadillacs and things like that. There was a study in California with universal basic income. They gave people, homeless people, $500 a month. 2/3 of those people now have housing. And so those are just examples. Also, Black people are the most charitable people in America per capita. We give the most charity in America. So there's a lot of myths about Black people and money. And I think if we repeat those myths, we're perpetuating stereotypes that white supremacists have created about us to stop us from getting money. But Black people, came out of slavery and started saving in loan banks, hospitals, everything. So we know how to build, we know how to save, and we know how to create. And America owes us a debt. There was another thing we were talking about, like Wells Fargo and the protest earlier. Could you talk to us about or explain, especially for other commissioners, about the Slavery Disclosure Act, if it hasn't been talked about yet today?
Sure. So in 2000, I think it was 2000, state assemblyman out of Boston, out of Massachusetts, established the first state slavery disclosure ordinance. And Chicago was the first city, and there was subsequently about 20 cities and about 7 states. Bill Owens, Senator Bill Owens, is an ancestor, peace be upon him. The slavery disclosure ordinance is a means by which we target non-governmental complicit actors in the criminality and crimes committed against our ancestors. Now, what I mean by non-government complicit actor? Any institution, person, business that's not part of the government that participated in the enslavement of our ancestors, the theft of our labor, the exploitation of our labor, and any other forms of crimes they committed. The slavery disclosure ordinance allows the government to say, if you want to contract with us, you're going to have to research your records. And we are introducing a slavery disclosure and redress, a new ordinance that says not only do you have to disclose, you have to contribute into a redress fund. We partner with a high-powered law firm, one of the top 200 law firms in the nation in Chicago, one of their locations in Chicago, to do the legal work to make sure that it will stand up under constitutional scrutiny. And we also partner with Howard University Movement Law Clinic to develop this new slavery disclosure and redress ordinance. And anybody in any city that wants to push it through their council, push it through their state legislation, just contact us, and we have a workshop that we can develop with you and make sure you get it done.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Family, 30 seconds, questions and comments, brothers and sisters, 30 seconds.
Okay, 15 seconds apiece. Thank you, brother. I just realized today that we are divided by a common language. I know we both speak English. I didn't understand hip hop rap at all until my sisters made me listen to it on the way here today. I said, that brother is reading from Message to the Black Man, Bob Marley. To you, brother, maybe I'm listening slowly or you're speaking too fast, but you said something about 50 postcards. It sounded impactful to me. Would you repeat that so my slow listening can catch up to it?
So we have a postcard campaign, an Earn a Black Vote campaign. Our message just can't come from social media. It has to come from around the country, from the Black electorate. So how do we get Black people all around the country involved in this campaign of messaging the president that this is what he must do? So we got these postcards, and everywhere we go, conferences, we take 2,500, 1,500, we put them in packages of 50, and we tell people to take them home and mail it. You don't have to put your name on it, just put a stamp on it and mail it from your location. That lets Biden know that it's coming from all around the country. The White House gets 60,000 pieces of mail per week. If 2,500 of these are mailed a week, and we have a campaign now that we're making sure that happens, 1 out of every 115 or 20 pieces of mail will be this postcard every week. So
because mostly on the TV and the media, the only exposure we get is really when we get murdered. But it's so many other areas that we are getting, as far as the redlining, as far as, I spoke of earlier, towns and stuff being murdered. And, even with the athletes now, where they're using the athletes to recreate their whole
species with our athletes. So how can we expose everything on just, how can we bring social media? How can we put social media on social media? So basically, how can we expose everything that we see on social media, and how can we bring it to the light to society?
Great. I actually wrote that down earlier. I know exactly where you're going with that. Nowadays, I was told that Dr. King didn't have Facebook, Twitter, didn't have a Telegram, didn't have a fax machine, but he has an international ministry. That means people in Germany is practicing what Dr. King did because they seen him on TV. So I'm going to sync with you with that, because literally a situation like this has to go viral. Reparations need to go viral. And how do you make it viral? Well, Oprah Winfrey went down and supported the lady in Atlanta, Tracy, I think, on her voting campaign. And she actually knocked on some doors. A strong spokesman, which is what I told the NAACP in Charlotte. You need a spokesman. You need a voice. And I'll close in saying this. I don't know the CEO of Ballpark Frank's Hot Dogs. I don't know the CEO of Gatorade. And I don't know the CEO of Hanes Underwear. But I know that those three CEOs picked one man to endorse their product, and his name was Michael Jordan. Spokesman reparations need spokesmanship. Very key. When you hear Nation of Islam, you know the spokesman is the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. You hear National Action Network, you know that it's Reverend Sharp. You hear Rainbow Push, you know it's Jesse Jackson. NAACP, that's my family. I don't know who is it. Merle Evers? Is it Kwasi Mfumi? They've changed spokesmanship. That's why we need to get a real spokesman, someone strong. So I believe that what you're saying in reference to a viral effect, Sharpton and others, everyone needs to get on court and get one spokesman. It might have to be Kanye West. At least we heard him when he said George Bush don't like black people.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you all on the panel for sharing your information. I'm Eva Keith from Ubuntu Institute for Community Development in Spartanburg, South Carolina. I actually have two questions, one for me and one for that young lady sitting over there. All right, but I'll be very brief. Earlier, the gentleman over there, Ishmael, he put up a graph that showed that on the bottom, we're on the bottom of every list. I'm sure everyone's aware of that. And the salary down there for us was $35,000. And I believe he said the money leaves, when we get the money, it leaves our neighborhood in 8 hours or less. Now, the conversation has been that a lot of us, what we say is, when it comes to reparations, just give me the check. Considering that we're on the bottom of the graph, every graph when it comes to economics and all of the issues that exist in our neighborhoods. I'll say, for lack of a better word now, the ghetto neighborhoods, the lack of housing, affordable housing, which is a term I don't like, but the need for health care or not being able to get to health care. What do you say to those people who say, just give me the check?
They're right. My only thing is, it's not the just, right? It's the check and. Should Black Americans be paying taxes? Should we have a lower rate of taxes? Should we only get grants instead of loans for, I don't know, anything that we want to purchase? So if it's just the check, I think that they have a limited perspective on what reparation is, but they're absolutely right to demand the actual check too. It's the two part that I think people need to be able to speak about. And I think the speaking about the check, and they need to probably look at all the things that they could do with the check, but should you be paying for it, right? Should you be paying for your college, or should they be doing that separate from the check that you're going to get? So that's my thought. Anybody else?
I totally agree with that. Compensation is a component of reparations on international law, international standards. And I just want to add to what my brother Trahern stated about the stereotypes that we're going to blow all our money. I'm a businessman by profession, and I'm a student also of everything. I try to be. And I read this book a long time ago called Black Business in America, The History of Black Business in America. And it talked about the golden age of Black business from 1900 to 1930, where we created so many business institutions during that particular time that we don't even have today. But we have a history of cooperative economics that we can go back and tap into. It's in our, Dr. Small talked about our memory, our genetic memory, or Dr. Or Tony Browder talked about what's in our genetic memory. That's very near to us. That's only 3 generations ago, when we built hundreds of banks, penny banks, nickel banks, Negro League, Negro Baseball League, stadiums, all type of businesses that we built collectively, putting our pennies together. If we were to get cash compensation, I am 100% certain that there's going to be millions of Black folks pulling our money together for some great purpose.
Thank you.
The one other thing that I will say there too is I think we have to remember how these the things that they want to dismantle in Project 2025 actually got started. The Department of Justice got started as an official department because there were so many complaints from Negroes in America about white people doing stuff to them that they had to have a centralized, efficient way to do it. I need the DOJ to get back on its original mission, okay? The Department of Education was also started during the Reconstruction era. So I need to see not just the data that Black kids are pushed out, that we are we don't feel connected to the education because it doesn't actually represent us. I need the DOE, the Department of Education, to do what it's supposed to do. I need you to drive outcomes. I need you to teach chemistry to Black kids the way that we think about stuff, right? I need you to figure that out. So I don't need you to give me only the data on the problems. I need you to actually address the solution. So we need to reclaim the full implementation and enforcement and the infrastructure for that was started for our benefit in the first place. So that check plus get back on your job and do what you're supposed to be doing for our people.
Thank you. And I'll just piggyback briefly on Brother Cam's, the pennies. I know during the early 19th century, there was a Black woman who started a bank with us. Well, not me, us, but our ancestors, us, depositing pennies, which enabled the people in the neighborhood. But my second question is, there is not protection for children/women in streets. What can be done now to protect women and children?
I call the Black Panthers. I would say that, and I say that in a sincere way. I think we need to protect ourselves. Malcolm X said in California, I think in 1961, that the Black woman is the most admired woman on earth, but yet the most disrespected. So I think that protection needs to come not from others, but it's up to the Black man in particular to stand up and fight for our children, our babies, and our women.
All right, but I think she's speaking of those who are living in the streets. Those who are living in the streets.
Homelessness? Living in the streets meaning homelessness?
Yes.
Okay, how do we protect them?
Yes.
I think that I would say California has a horrible problem with homelessness. And I think one of the issues is that now it's being talked about more than it was maybe 10, 15 years ago. I think it's important that we figure out the root problem to the homelessness. I think it's sad that people in this country is homeless when we have so much money here. So I think the accountability has to come from not only our community again, but also put pressure on the police department and other city officials to put some remedies in place. They always creating programs. I think that would be a program to protect those men and women and children.
The other thing I would add there, I see you looking at me because you know I wanted to say something, is the sister mentioned how folks just hopping across the border and they getting trainings on how to apply for all this stuff. Like, where the training at for the Negroes in America? Like, set that up. I know we want to be super independent and we don't want to be seen as welfare queens and stuff. Come on. Teach your people how to apply for the stuff that you've more than earned in this country. So hold your workshops on how to get welfare, how to get on Medicaid until you don't need it no more. Please do that and take advantage of what is available to you to prevent, if you can at all, right? Or to correct, to get somebody off the street.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Malik Sky with Ubuntu Institute, Spartanburg, South Carolina also. So I'll be very brief. So some of us may argue that slavery gave birth to capitalism, right? And we speak of self-determination, and a lot of the talk around reparations involved a check. But the only person I heard mention anything about land was brother here, Rashad. So my question comes down to this, right? We talk about self-determination. So does a check lead to self-determination? And does the check and becoming a Black capitalist fix the problem related to racism and white supremacy in this country or anywhere else? Or does it lead to self-determination? And is our goal to basically just invest more in capitalism in itself? That's part of that. Is our goal to just become capitalists or invest in capitalism more ourselves by getting a check?
I'm not particularly focused on reparations fixing white supremacy in America, because if I have the money to sue your pants off and destroy you for you being racist to me and my child, I'm absolutely going to do that. And I hope that the folks that y'all send y'all kids to law school, I can pay them and their firm to do that. So that ain't a focus for me. I want my money and I want the resources to be able to live that I need the way I want to live, and to enforce pain and fear on people who do harm to me and my people. And I think that it's all the things. If you want to be a capitalist and you want to grow your business with your reparatory funds, absolutely do that. I don't know if you have other thoughts that you want to share about that, but for me, the white supremacy thing, I think if I beat you over the head enough after I get my money, you're going to go ahead and fix it because you don't like getting hurt. I think that's the driver.
Okay, thank you, family. We're going to do this rapid fire. We want to at least give y'all a 10-minute break, at least a 10-minute break. So we're going to try to do this real fast. Last 3 questions.
Thank you. My name is Barksdale, came from Baltimore, delivered a message to the panel. I'd like to thank everybody that came out today. I have some information to give to the panel. I'm looking for a civil rights attorney to possibly file a class action lawsuit against Congress. Real quick, what happened was during Reconstruction period, they passed the bill for 13th Amendment, but a lot of people don't know that they left visions out of the amendment itself, right, to restore everything that we lost. Now, basically, the amendment is unconstitutional. So what I want to do is get a civil rights attorney. I got the information right here. I got like 3 copies, everything. And basically, it's to have them repeal the 13th Amendment and include those provisions that were taken out or excluded from the amendment itself. And then basically this will just level the whole thing. Trust me on that. So I just want to deliver this information to you, to the panel and everybody. I got like 3 copies. That's all I got. But it has the original 13th Amendment in here. Also has the great debate, the transcripts to show proof that we not just blowing smoke. It's real. It's real. So I'm delivering this. And I thank everybody for coming out today. Thank the panel for having everybody come out. And thank you.
And before he leaves, I actually provide, if you got a copy, I need a copy.
Yes.
I actually provide attorneys for victims. And here's my card. We work with about 30 lawyers in 15 states. So we're going to get you that civil rights lawyer. And I'm going to run off a copy for my brother, Malik Shabazz, who just texted me. So we're trying to get you that civil rights. Make sure you text me. Okay, civil rights attorney.
Last 2 questions, fam.
Yes, hello, peace. My name is Cosmic Sankofa. I'm speaking on behalf of my father, Orwahe Medu Ra and Comet. And he wanted to know your response to his position. And he says the only way that he can support any Democrat or Republican is if they go on record for calling a permanent ceasefire against the Palestinian people now. The only way to support Joe Biden is if he issues an official apology on behalf of the United States of America to people of African descent, along with the immediate signing of an executive order that brings the language of HR 40 and S40, the Commission to Study the Develop Reparation Proposals for African Americans Act, into existence. And then also issues an official apology on behalf of the United States for support on the ongoing genocide inside Palestine, as well as the enforcement and aforementioned law to protect the Congo and lift U.S. sanctions on Zimbabwe and not interfere with the development of any African country which chooses to break from its neo-colonial relationships. What are your thoughts on that?
All of those demands are in alignment with justice. and reparations is a justice issue. So thank you a lot for connecting all of that to this particular issue of whether or not we're going to vote for a particular party or not. The only, well, I'm not going to say the only one, but one of those that you mentioned that can absolutely be done. I don't know about the ceasefire because that's not, U.S. can try to influence Israel, but they on their own madman direction they going in. But the Reparations Commission, they absolutely can do before the election. And so that's why we're pushing, we built this national campaign around that. But, their involvement, there are forces at play trying to get AFRICOM out of Africa that are in the Congo and other places on the continent. And we support those forces 100%. So those are issues that we should also be entertaining in this upcoming election that Worldwide raised. So thank you for raising those.
Great question, brother. Great question. Last question, family. Last question.
Yes. First, I would like to thank this panel for coming out and giving us your time. I'll try to be as diplomatic as I possibly can. We need to be serious, take a serious look at ourselves now. We are at a crucial time of our existence here in America. Voting is not a strategy. How long have we voted? For how long? Both sides of the aisle have already made clear their positions, Democrats and Republicans, that they do not want to pay us reparations. Okay? Now, reparations is an international issue. They cannot give us reparations. Reparations has to be decided by a third party. Now, them giving us reparations would be akin to a woman who sells her body. Okay? Now, that would be reparations. That would be prostitution for us to accept a payment from the government of America for 400 years of the atrocities that they have committed against our people. Now, my position is that reparations should be paid by a third party. The Jews received reparations. They did not ask for votes from Germany. The Indians received reparations. They did not ask for votes. The Eskimos or the Inuits, they received reparations and they did not ask for votes. Voting is not a strategy. Solution is reparations, a third party intervention. In green, it says Afrodescendant Nation. That's our rallying cry. That's our stick to hit America across the head. That is the stick that we need to hit America over the head with. We do not need to be uniting around voting. We should be uniting around the Afro-descendant nation and reparations. Malcolm said, why go to the criminal court seeking justice when you can take the criminal to court and seek justice? Because when we go to the enemy's court, who's making the decision? Who's making the decision when we get to his court? It's his brother. And is his brother going to favor you over him? No. We need reparations, and we need it now. Reparations through unity under the Afro-descendant nation is the tool.
Thank you, Thank you, brother. Can we please give a round of applause to the panel, to everyone that asked the great questions? Black power, black power, black power. 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 Reparations, reparations, reparations. Reparations, reparations, reparations. Reparations, reparations, reparations. Reparations, reparations, reparations. Give yourselves a round of applause. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you, family. Thank you. Want to say something? Oh.
Again, thank you to our great moderators, Ishmael, Abdul Salam, and Rashid Singleton. Again, give them a round of applause. Our two panels who did extraordinary, and yourself for showing up. We are awaiting our two keynote speakers, Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz and the Honorable Salis Muhammad. And in our anticipation to their arrival, we're going to take a quick break. 20 minutes. We're going to be back here at 3:20. A little bit behind time, but we'll make it up on the back end. Please, I implore everyone, if you can, I'm almost recommending, don't leave, because we're anticipating even more people come on the second half, and you will have to submit to the search, entering back in for the safety of all of us. But we have vendors downstairs selling food. We have vendors upstairs selling different merchandise and different clothing. So please support our vendors. The restrooms is going to be, again, right out this egress. Women's on this floor, men's on the lower level. And we'll see you back here at 3:20. Again, everyone, we have food downstairs. We have vendors downstairs that is selling delicious, healthy food. So please, please support. be honest, to be frank, really doesn't need an introduction. He's a man that has been fighting on behalf of Black people for a number of decades, who has immersed himself in the struggle, risking his very life in various arenas, who does not just have the oratorical skills to raise our people from the dead, but has the brilliant mind to litigate in the courtrooms on behalf of our people. I mean, I can go through his accolades, his accomplishments, but I, as a son of a man, a great man in my humble opinion, I love to measure a man by his teacher. Because we're not made of ourselves. We are the byproduct of the men and women who preceded us, who gave birth to us, not just physically, but mentally and spiritually, who have impregnated the spirit of revolution in us so that we may stand on their shoulders. The man that I am about to bring up was a student, protege, if I may humbly say, sir, a spiritual son of one of the greatest freedom fighters this planet has ever seen, Dr. Khalid Muhammad. Please put your hands together. Even though he is with the ancestors now, his spirit lives on. Let me say this, brother, real quickly. When Dr. Khalid, you see, he was such a revolutionary. He did not relegate himself just to America. When the nation had failed, he decided to go and in going over that fight, when Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan decided to rebuild the nation, he was called upon, Dr. Khalid that is, to join him in those efforts. But at this time, my father, Prince Asiel, was introduced to Minister Farrakhan, and they developed a friendship, and my father asked him to go to Israel to see what these Blacks from America were doing on the cause of freedom, independence, and self-determination. Before the minister went, he asked Dr. Khalid to go before and survey the land, and Dr. Khalid went to Israel. Many of you don't know that. I know you do, brother. And what happened was something special. He forged a relationship, not just with our community, our spiritual leader, Ben Ami, our ambassador, my father, Prince Asiel, but he was able to see, again, the culmination of Black people coming together to concretize their freedom and self-determination. And so when he shared with the minister that he should come over and investigate, those two men and a group of others went into the depths of Israel and came across what most of us don't know is a group of Black men and women who've been living in that land since time immemorial. No, not the white Palestinians or the white Jews that we're familiar with through television. This isn't me making any negative statements. I'm just being factual here. But there's a group of African descendants that live in that land that we call Israel since time immemorial. And so when the minister asked, how long have you been here? The statement was, or the response rather, as long as we can remember. Then a follow-up question was asked, so why don't we know? And the question was answered, because we've been waiting on you. The whole world is waiting for the Black man and woman, in particular in America, to take the reins and bring into existence this true kingdom and heaven that we know we need, a true government of justice and peace. Why do I bring that up? Because just as our fathers, spiritual and likewise, had forged the relationship, we are doing so today. So I stand with my brother. I stand with all of us who are on the fight of not just reparations, but self-determination and a nation of our own, a government of our own, a people of our own. That's right. And no one will come in our way. So with that being said, I am remiss Like, again, I can't even go on to parch my lips to talk about the greatness of this man. But one thing that I can say, that he's a lover of Black people, that he is a sincere and genuine freedom fighter, and he's one of the best that we've produced. I introduce to you our brother, our friend, attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz. Please put your hands together. Thank you, brother.
Please, let's give Prince Joseph a strong round of applause. And let's give everybody a round of applause that has come to this rostrum today and yesterday, and give yourself a round of applause. Assalamu alaikum. Hotep. Black power. Free the land. And as my teacher taught me, Black laws for all Black people. Giving honor to God, I bear witness that regardless to land, label, or language, that there is but one God. Sisters and brothers here, we in the Western Hemisphere as Black people who are lawfully called Afrodescendants, we bear witness to what we read of in the scripture, but we bear witness that God has found favor on us. We thank the Lord of the worlds for giving to us here in the West, Sister Harriet Tubman. We thank God for Reverend Nat Turner. You know Nat Turner, you remember him? He went from plantation to plantation, cutting white folks and killing white folks. My teacher taught me, said he was cutting white throats and killing white folks. We come to honor him today, Reverend Nat Turner. We come to honor today Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, who called us out of America. We honor the fighting spirit of Baba Frederick Douglass. We come to honor today that great Black man who came here in 1916 from St. Ann's Bay, Jamaica, and who told us one God, one aim, and one destiny. The Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. We thank God for giving to us that little Black man from Sandersville, Georgia, who, when once woken up in the early 1930s, went on to transform and shape and shock the world. He gave to us Muhammad Ali, gave to us Malcolm X, he gave to us the Black conscious movement of the 1960s, gave to us a Black liberation theology. I speak of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We give thanks for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We give thanks for that fiery Black Muslim minister and Pan-Africanist minister, Malcolm X. We give thanks for Dr. King for laying down his life. For we are taught that there's no greater sacrifice that any man could make for his people than to give his life for his people. We thank God for the founders of the Black I speak of Huey P. Newton and all of the other great founders of the Black Panther Party of the 1960s. We give thanks for Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael. We give thanks for all of those who've gone on, John Henry Clark, others, Baba Johnny Cochran, all of them. But if I live to be 1,000 or the ripe old age of Methuselah, I could never thank God enough for my teacher, my trainer, my captain,
the one who found me here, Howard University campus in 1989, and we struck up a father-son, mentor-mentee relationship from the very beginning. And he's the man who made me what I am and made me strong like I am, and is a legend in this city and all over the planet. I speak of the sword of Allah, the Honorable Khalid Abdul Muhammad, Dr. Khalid. I promise not to be long, but I ain't got no choice but to be strong. Here at this National Reparations Convention, I'm honored to be here, especially amongst a critical and core cadre of conscious revolutionaries and experienced organizers here. This is the forum and the place where we can get down to and handle plenty of business. To Brother Prince Yosef, who is the son of a man who I have a lot of respect for, Prince Asiel Ben Israel, because it was Prince Asiel Ben Israel who, as a young college student, 18 years old on the campus of Howard University, I studied under his father in the Divine Universal Brotherhood. In those days when the Muslims and the Hebrews were tight and organized and eating at soul vegetarian restaurants. Talk to me. Honors to the staff of the Afrodescendant Nation. Honors to one of the best amongst us, one of the most humble amongst us, one of the most hard-working and tireless and dedicated amongst us, but she's one of the best in the Black nation in any organization or formation, and that's Sister, Honorable Sister Tahita Sabri. Let's give her a round of applause, and I'm gonna demand she stand on her feet. Stand on your feet, Black woman. Stand on your feet. Let's get a Black woman a Black hand. Let's give her a strong hand, because the Black man, whatever you see him achieving, you better know that it's being backed up by Black women that are running the show for real. To our president of the Afrodescendant Nation, the Honorable Akila Mukaram, and to Brother Ajani Mukaram, another long-term leader of the Afro-Descendant Nation, and to all of the members of the Lost Foundation of Islam. We are honored to be here with our leader. We are honored to be here with a pioneer in this movement. We are honored to be here with a true spiritual son of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We are honored to be here with one who year after year, decade after decade, is a true believer in self-determination and reparations and has held the line decade after decade. He's here with us now. For many years, before reparations became contemporary, he was fighting in the United Nations. For many years, when others may not have been holding the line, he holds the line for his teacher, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I'm talking about here, the Honorable Silas Muhammad. The Honorable Silas Muhammad, a pioneer in our midst, really and truly a legend in our midst. An apostle of God and an apostle of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and one that has kept the messenger's teaching strong in our midst, the Honorable Silas Muhammad. I'm honored. And by his side, another great Black woman from the family of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, our great attorney and queen mother of the Afro-Descendant Nation, Attorney Harriet Abubakar. A great woman, great woman. So many I can thank, but I gotta try to quickly get into it. Then I want to quickly open up, and I want us to talk with each other. To Brother Chief Minister Najee Muhammad of the Lost Foundation of Islam, Minister Najee, my comrade in this struggle in this city. Honors to you, brother. Love you, sir. Honors to you. New Black Panther Party in the house. My brother's New Black Panther Party, as I served for the chairman for many years. New Black Panther Party, Brother Jelani and my brothers from Virginia. Come on up here, Uhuru. Come on. And this young man here, his brother's been with me a long time, and anything that I ask him to do here, he's done it. They tell me on the sanctions line on the bank today, and on that bank, he was on fire out today. I'm talking about Minister Uhuru. Uhuru. Some of you know him as Brother Harold Hunter. Honored to be rolling with him. Stay up here. Stay up here. This thing. All right, let's get right into it. Let's get right into it. I think I change up my format a little bit due to how the spirit and how it gives me. So what I'm going to do is raise a few issues, and then I want to go right to the audience. I want my time and my session to be spent mostly in terms of talking back with you, because I see many experienced revolutionaries here. I have other young brothers here from the National Reparations League, and they came in from Florida. Brother Rashad Singleton, man who I love. Others. Brother about 6'8". I got Big Hassan here. He's about 6'7". We got Hawk Newsom coming from Black Lives Matter in New York. He's about 6'10", 300 pounds. Somehow or another, when I organize, I attract tall brothers. I wonder why. This is a great meeting. And the greatness in this meeting is the quality of who's here at this meeting. Brother Cam Howard is here from Reparations United. Brother John Barnett, my great brother in struggle, is here from North Carolina and the National Civil Rights Movement. From the Emmett Till family, she just came in from the airport. She'll be here in a moment. Directly from the bloodline of Emmett Till and from the battlefields of Mississippi, where I've been on with her, the Honorable Priscilla Till, U.S. Senate candidate. She's on her way. To Governor General Ishmael, who I saw presenting earlier, and all of those who went to Geneva, Switzerland on our behalf. Give them a strong round of applause. I'm sure as we go on, we're going to hear more from those earlier as we interweave and move this program forward. My sisters and brothers, many of you here, this is a critical time. It's the year 2024. It's not 2014, it's not 2004, it's not 1994. Many of you and us sitting in here in this audience, we are now veterans of this liberation struggle. Veterans. And we have some important questions to answer today. Those of you who believe in the scripture and believe in the book, you believe, and many of you understand, that our people in the West, Black people, Afro-descendants, you believe that we are God's divine and chosen people. You know from a study of history that there have been no people that have been in bondage in a land that is not their own for 400 years, that there's no people that fit their description like the people that I'm looking at. That's right. As we dealing with these international events and international crisis as we see between what they call the state of Israel and the Palestinians, we must distinguish between the state of Israel and the real children of Israel. Because the state of Israel is ran by the imposters who have stolen our birthright. And the real children of Israel are sitting up here in this audience. You are the ones written in the book and not that imposter, Benjamin Netanyahu. No good bastard. I figure I got one chance today to talk to some revolutionaries and to talk to some conscious folks. We are the choice of God, but what time is it for the choice of God? We are in the book, we are in the scripture. That's right. We are written in the laws of Ma'at, which teach us about truth, justice, harmony, balance, order, and reciprocity. And written in them laws, it talks about the laws of sowing and reaping, the laws of balance and reciprocity. What time is it? We're in the scripture, we're in the book. And we say that we are in the fulfillment of time. It would look like it. Now the question is for us, especially us veterans, and for those who know the truth and have practiced the truth of years, what will we do with what is in our hands? I got to ask you some questions today. Is reparations a pipe dream? Is reparations, well, we're going to talk about it. I'm going to open up, but I like your spirit. Is reparations a pipe dream? Is reparations some far-off demand that could never be met and will not be met? Is, in this time, the teachings of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey outmoded? Is his teaching of self-reliance, a Black economy, Africa for the Africans at home and abroad, is that message and is that program for some time yesterday, or does it have relevance today? Are the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad outmoded, outdated? Are the objectives of the messenger of God a land and a territory of our own? Rich minerals, resources, and territory for 25 years to be paid for by this government. Is that something for yesterday? Is that something that we tried yesterday and we're moving on from today? We want to know that question. The Black Messiah in the scripture called Jesus or Yahshua in the scripture gives us a hint. He says, I must do the work. And when we talk about Jesus here, we're not talking about a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Caucasian hanging on a wall. We're not talking about a white man that looks like the white man that have shot you in the back as a police officer, that would look like a white colonialist that have robbed your land. We're talking about a Black Jesus, a Black Lord, and a Black Savior. That's right. Black power. We might as well get it in while we can get it in, right? He says, I must, in the scripture, he says, I must do the work of he who sent me while it is still day, for the night cometh when no man can work. We're going to take an assessment today of where we at on the liberation map and the liberation battlefield. But I can tell by your spirit today that you have the right spirit and that you are not backing down. And I need to let you know that your brother, to some of you, your son, to others, your mentor, that Malik Zulu Shabazz is not backing up and he's not backing down. Have we? I'm going to open up in a second. Let me drop a couple questions and I'm coming right to the mic. Wherever the mic is, I want it there, or you just stand up where you are. Have a has the talk or the emphasis on one rapper beefing against another rapper, which will dominate the conversation, dominate our minds, dominate our days. Is this part of a conspiracy or a plan to take us away from the promise that has been given to us in the scripture? And if it's true, what in the heck are we going to do about it? Huh? Not only mind control, but behind control.
Teeth, brother.
Hello? Because you can't even go on the internet and find serious issues and deal with serious problems in our community or serious action or serious people without them putting a black woman, putting her behind directly in your face. Hello? Mind control and behind control. Well, we got to talk about some of this. We got to deal with it in real life. They have our peoples. What effect is it having on the movement and how we get out of it? We got the Honorable Pastor Ted Sutton here in the house. I know we're going to hear from him, the great freedom fighter from all over America. My cousin, Honorable Stand Up, the Honorable Ted Sutton. That great teacher and freedom fighter all over America. Mind control and behind control. The war is on to steal and rob us from the promise that God has given us and to take us away from what you have worked for and struggled for all of your lives. Some of you have been in this movement 10, 20, 30 years, all of your lives. And the question will come, have you wasted your time? I would say not. The election coming up, couple more questions. So social media, is that taking us off? And now we've seen even today, we don't like it. It hurts us to see. We hate to see. We hate to see it for our nation. See Brother Puff or P. Diddy beating on that woman in the hallway, just kicking and stomping that woman in that hallway of that hotel. These things are dominating the minds of our people. These important issues, and we got to see how all of this relates to this struggle called reparations. Because reparations, as I will argue to you today, is a central part of the overall liberation struggle. And if the reparation struggle is to succeed, it has to take into account everything that's dealing with our liberation, mentally, morally, and physically. It has to all relate together. Reparations is not separate. As a matter of fact, everybody in here that is for reparations, somehow or another, you are some kind of black nationalist or black Muslim militant. Is that right? There ain't no integrationists up in here. Is that right? Ain't nobody here with talking about they are all American apple pie up in here. Is that right? Ain't nobody up in here. Ain't no black man up in here talking about he wants to marry a white woman, is it? And sisters, you may be without a man, but you ain't going with the white man. Is that right? You are a pure black crowd. You are a jet black crowd. You are a purple black crowd. You are the true believers, not just in liberation, but in a nation of our own. These are the hardcore believers in our cause, and this is where we can get some work done with some black people that are hard and strong and know what time it is. Now let's see if the Afro-Descendant Nation, let's see what we can work together, what we can make out of this situation. All right, so do I have my PowerPoint? Okay, let's start with number one here. We start with number one. And so I raised those questions, and then I got one other question. Can you zoom it in? Okay, so I give one report, and then I give this report, and then I'm coming right to the questions. I've been appointed by the Mr. Muhammad as the reparations conductor for the Afro-Descendant Nation. And boy, he sure have put me to work. He put me to work because he knew I'm gonna go to work. We don't care if we're starting from nothing, we're going to work. Okay, because one behind nothing makes something come into existence. Now, reparations boycott, you've been hearing that. We've started that, Brother Rashad and I and a few others. Is the reparations boycott? Well, wait, what is this? Is y'all protesting? Are we protesting? Are we outside of the bank going, hey, treat us right. Treat us right. Just give us another loan. Just give us another loan. Just loan me 10,000. Please don't discriminate against me. Is that why we out? We at a certain stage in the reparations movement and the Black movement in general. We are at a point in time where a certain amount of rhetoric will not do. We got to inspire in this convention. We got to educate. We got to fire you up. We got to play some music and make you dance. All of that's fine. But time is moving on. And as time moves on, at least for me, greater results are expected. We were on the radio the other day, and they mentioned a conversation that the great Black union leader, A. Philip Randolph, is supposed to have had with the President of the United States, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. A. Philip Randolph was pressing Roosevelt during the war for Black people, for there not to be discrimination in the defense industry, where Black people, even though they were fighting overseas, they couldn't even get a job working in the defense industry. And A. Philip Randolph, who had the ear of Roosevelt, to paraphrase him, President Roosevelt told our brother A. Philip Randolph, I'm willing to do it, but you have to make me do it. But you have to make me do it. And thereby, after that, A. Philip Randolph went out and started organizing and organizing and organizing. And soon Roosevelt relented to that specific demand. Frederick Douglass teaches us that power concedes nothing without a demand. Power concedes nothing without a demand. The teacher of my teacher, the teacher of Khalid Abdul Muhammad, Minister Louis Farrakhan, has taught me that power concedes nothing without a demand, and that demand has no force unless it's backed up by the unity of our people and the power of our people. We're more than 440 years up from slavery. More than 440 years up out of the Black Holocaust, which still exists today, but out of the former Holocaust of chattel slavery. In the reparations movement, we have had many conferences. In the Black liberation movement, we have had many conferences, and all of them have been necessary to get us to a certain stage. But now we have reached a stage in the reparations movement where we must have some action that will get us some traction, that will make and force the powers that be to bow to our demands. Asking the white man for reparations, asking white America for reparations has only had a limited effect as of this moment. And we know that the powers of this world don't move unless they're forced to move. Is that right? The powers of this world do not move unless they are forced to move. So we have, on behalf of the Honorable Silas Muhammad and the Afrodescendant Nation, working with our family in the reparations movement, we have, as of this Friday, we have launched the National Sanctions and Boycott Campaign against all banks, all companies, all entities that have their hands in the bloody transatlantic slave trade. We have said that we are going to launch an economic war against them. Straight up. Because we don't have much time. The book said we don't have much time. And we're nearing the end of time. And so we'll talk about this. We're going to talk about Wells Fargo. We're going to talk about the Catholic Church. That old no good Catholic Church. We're going to talk about that. Capital One Bank, Aetna, New York Life, and others. We're going to talk about that. And so I am going to open up now. I had to drop that, and one more thing I know you're going to want to ask about. Where are we headed in this election? Where are we headed in this hour? Is it a choice between genocide Joe Biden and crazy ass Donald Trump? Huh? Look at the choice in the United States presidential election. You have a choice between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Just had a long argument last night with another lawyer. I said, what a terrible set of choices. On one hand, you have a president here that is in office. We talking about navigating this thing as we fight for reparations. I heard Brother Cam Howard and others. But let's look at the choices we got. Genocide Joe Biden. Every Palestinian life and dead baby, dead woman, building, crushed building, every life that has been lost, every life that has been murdered, assassinated, every war crime that has been committed, it has been committed with the assistance of weapons of the United States of America. Those bombs are coming from America. Those bombs are coming from the White House. Those missiles are coming from the White House. And this lets you know just how wicked this government is. And this lets you know how wicked the president is. They know that genocide is being committed. They see every day that what is happening in Palestine is way worse than what is happening in Ukraine. Yet every day, $14 billion, another $14 billion to Israel. Hell no. Another $1 billion to Israel for more weapons. Hell no. Then the students rose up in America. The students all over America, of all races, rose up over America, took to the college campuses. And I admire them. I admire them for taking on this struggle. I admire them for taking on the police. I admire them for sacrificing through the encampments and through them battles they went with the police to stand for what they believe in. I admire them. And it's going to take that kind of struggle for us to get out of this condition. The Palestinians are struggling and sacrificing their lives to get out of this condition. They've lost 30,000. Over the years, they've lost hundreds of thousands, but they understand that if you are going to free an entire people, you're going to have to lose a lot of lives, and you're going to have to take some life to get out of this condition. A hell of a choice. Oh, Joe Biden and Donald Trump. We call him Genocide Joe. They say, well, it's the lesser of two evils. You gotta go with the lesser of two evils. No, we ain't gotta go with no evil. That's the problem. Going with evil. The scriptures say to rebuke the devil and the devil will flee from you. And Donald Trump, he worse. His position is more right-wing than even Joe Biden. But yet in this hour, the black people are support for Donald Trump is rising. But it's not rising because of any good quality in Donald Trump. It's rising because black people are tired of being pimped by the Democratic Party and they looking for a way out. And so on Monday, at the National Press Club, the man that I'm backing for president of the United States, the man that is backing our sanctions campaign against these banks, the man that's backing the Afrodescendant Nation and the Honorable Silas Mohammed, candidate Cornell West. That's my man. That's the man that's backing reparations. That's the man that's backing the sanctions program. That's the man that speaks truth to power in this hour. That's the man that has the moral conscience in this election, Brother Cornell West. Will be with us Monday at the National Press Club as he takes his national voice and national presence and he speaks out firmly on Monday. You will want to be there at the National Press Club at 12 noon. He's going to be giving a national policy statement about Gaza. He's going to give a national policy statement about the student uprisings. He's going to give a national policy statement on reparations and give boost to this cause. Democratic Party or Republican Party, my teacher taught me that most of us ain't even invited to the party, and it ain't that kind of party. They say the choice in the election is between Satan, Lucifer, the devil, and Beelzebub. Either one you vote for, you're going to end up in hell. What time is it? I can't hear you. What time is it? What time is it? Same thing. Reparations time, nation time. Same thing. Same thing. It's time for us to make our moves. What's your questions? Raise your hands in the audience. Let me get right to it, and I'm gonna get in. I'll follow up on everything I raised. Right here, brother, in the middle, then I come to you in the back, sir, then I move around. Ma'am, I see you over here in the blue sweater.
Yes, sir.
I come to you. We come around here.
Yeah, Brother Imamo here in DC.
Speak up loud, please.
Yeah.
State your name.
Brother Imamo Kaumba here in Washington, DC. I see you got a list up there, but is that it? If not, what are some of the other entities we need to boycott? I didn't see Georgetown University. Everybody know about the history of Georgetown University. Understand some of those Ivy League schools. So that's basically my question.
My dear, let's give him a strong hand. My dear brother's question was, is this the entire list or is there more? The answer is, my brother, there's much more. There's much more. But we come to this convention to talk to experts. We come to this convention to talk to the faithful. We come to this convention to talk to you longtime organizers to solicit your support to join the National Sanctions Campaign under the Afro-Descendant Movement's Reparations Campaign. We're in the seminal stages of organizing this. We have a top 30, brother, and we're going to have a top 50. But we don't want to just throw lists and names out there and then nothing happen. We have to be careful when organizing amongst Black people as to not to raise their hopes and then dash their hopes. None of us as organizers or leaders are perfect. There is no leader in the Black community or any community that has been able to follow up on all of their plans and promises and make them come to light. However, we must be conscious in this critical time where our people are being distracted and destroyed. And we who have a unique knowledge and responsibility, we have a special duty here to focus in and to succeed. I did not come to help the Honorable Silas Muhammad and to just spout around rhetoric and ideas and talk and never bring about. And our enemy. But that's what I'm here to do. Black power, reparations. So we here, we need support. Brother, right here and now. Come on, Brother Rashad, come down, big man. We need help in building the sanctions movement. We need help. That website is open now, reparationsboycott.org. On this website, just stand here if you can. Look at these, bro. They looking like, what's the tall tribe in Africa? Is that the Fulani? And my Maasai, I'm sorry, Maasai. These brothers looking like they from the Maasai tribe, huh? Man, I love it. Right. He's a young man. He's of that generation that we are reaching for right now. That age of continuity who has the energy and the passion. I want you to see him while he's at the convention. He and I have been in the laboratory day in and night researching these companies to see who will be in the top 10 and then to move forth with a national sanctions committee that will name the top 30. But all the while we're naming the top ones, we have to be going to work and attacking the top ones. Are you hearing me? That Hank out there? That Hawk? That's Hawk? See, Hawk is right here. Hawk Newsom. That big Hawk, there he is. I was just talking about him, big Hawk Newsom. This brother's awesome. We're going to hear from him in a moment. Give him a hand, man, from New York. This brother is awesome. They got my spirit from Howard University and Unity Nation and from the streets of Washington, D.C. I mean, and they confronting the police, they going to jail and doing some other stuff we ain't talking about up here. These are the kind of folks that want action. Okay, so my dear brother, to be straight, there is more. But we're asking any of you that are serious about sanctions, we want you to really join. Companies. Let's talk about what we did yesterday and today, which is no more than a sign. What we did yesterday was a sign and today was a sign, but it was a great sign. Because when yesterday we showed that the reparations movement can come out of the churches, come out of the halls, come out of the podcast, come out of the Zoom meetings, and they can get out on the street to cause those that have robbed us to pay a price for robbing us. See, we could be in here denouncing Wells Fargo, and there's a place in here for all of us to understand that Wells Fargo acquired Wachovia, and Wachovia is deeply rooted in slavery, and that action should be taken against Wells Fargo. Oh, well, this is a good place to organize for that. Do you understand what I mean? Wells Fargo acquired Wachovia. Wachovia has overwhelming evidence that Wachovia Bank is rooted in the slave trade. Therefore, Wells Fargo is a #1 target. Dr. Cornell West, after Monday, will be on Tuesday at 9 a.m. with us at Wells Fargo Bank, 444 North Capitol, right in front of the Senate at Wells Fargo Bank. He's going to announce his support. What kind of strategy is this, brother Conductor, Attorney Shabazz? It's a strategy. It's a battle strategy. It's a battle strategy, meaning to leave no stone unturned and to look at every conceivable option to go after, to tie up, hassle, and harass the enemy until full and complete reparations come up out of our actions. So we hit in the streets. I'm doing some things I ain't done in years. But I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to do it if it will put fire in my young brothers and put fire in others and fire in this nation. And fire in these young people out here whose minds are being distracted in the war that's going on for the minds and hearts of our people. So Wells Fargo, my brother, we're starting now, Wells Fargo. I took every dime I had out of Wells Fargo right before this started. I got accounts over here. I'm an industrial bank. Now, don't get it wrong. I'm a black banker. Nearly all my stuff is at industrial bank. But I got a few things with the devil. Just how it is. But I was on the line. I was making sure before this started that I'm the heck out of Wells Fargo. How many of you are with Wells Fargo Bank? It's okay if you're with Wells Fargo. Raise your hand now. How many of you who are watching the broadcast and who will watch the broadcast, how many of you are with Wells Fargo knowing that they tied to slavery? How many of you are willing to commit to close your accounts with Wells Fargo? That's what we want to know. You willing to, are you going to do it? Are you going to do it? How many of you are willing to encourage others? How many of that, Professor Small? Our great elder, our Honorable Professor James Small, the Honorable. My mentor's advisor and brother and a longtime supporter of myself and the Honorable Hashim Nzinga. So look, where do we need help? Let me try to speed it up. Where do we need help? We need you to get out of Wells Fargo, but now we need you to help get everybody else out of Wells Fargo. So yes. Your style may not be to be right on that bank doorstep like we were yesterday and today. It should be your style, but maybe it's not your style. However, you got that telephone in your hand. You got influence in your hand. You got connections. What we're asking everybody to do right now is put pressure on everybody to get out of Wells Fargo. Every time that you're on that internet, every time that you're doing whatever you're doing with social media, put the pressure on others to get out of Wells Fargo. Capital One Bank. Well, what Capital One Bank do? Capital One Bank in the Washington, D.C. region is on the business board of the Catholic Church. And when we looked up the Catholic Church, we say, well, why the Catholic Church? The Catholic Church is heavily involved in slavery. The Catholic Church is rooted at the origin of the transatlantic slave trade through what they call papal bulls or proclamations, where they split up the whole Western hemisphere, bringing Africans into slavery, popes over Portugal and Spain and others. The Catholic Church has billions and billions and billions of stolen dollars from robbing indigenous people and African people all over the planet Earth, especially in the Western Hemisphere amongst Afro-descendants. We have to confront the Catholic Church. Not black people in the Catholic Church, but the Roman Catholic Church. That same Catholic Church that have been abusing black boys for decades and decades. And so we made a tactical decision that every business that is doing business with the Catholic Church here, that we are going to target those businesses. We're going to target them in person. We're going to target them in a multiplicity of ways. Might have to use drones on them. By any means necessary. We have to, just a few more minutes, we have to draw the confrontation nearer. We have to bring on the confrontation. We got to bring the enemy out and take it to his doorstep. Now, when we went to Capital One Bank, so they in business, the Catholic Church got so much land and property that they have acquired from what they've stolen from us that you can't even add it up. That's why we love to have you on our research committee, dear brother. Because we are specifically getting into what they own and where they own. But every business that's with their local business network is coming under some heavy attack by us, and we just got started. That's right. We dried up that bank yesterday and today. These soldiers in the lost Afro-Descendant Nation and Chief Minister Najee and the Black Panthers and others, no, it was no banking going on. I mean, they looking out the window. They looking out the window. We wanted to show that the reparations movement can have force and power on the streets. We got to have force and power on the street. Some can have criticized Black Lives Matter, but one thing you could not say that they did not have force and power on the streets. Some are critical of them, but you were critical of them because they were out doing something and shaking something, and they changed the landscape of the police brutality battle all over America. And they didn't do it on the inside, they did it on the outside. And I was with them in many cities, Ferguson, Missouri, Ferguson so-called riot or rebellion, Baltimore so-called riot or rebellion, all of these so-called riots or rebellion. I'm right out there on the ground with them. We got to get down on the ground. Now, all of these top 10 companies and corporations, they're coming under attack. We're just starting to come under attack. We showed that we can move in the streets. And this was important from the Washington, D.C. area. There's two things going on here. Not only this is about the reparations movement, this is about our brothers and sisters in what they call the DMV area, asserting themselves after taking many losses. This area here is almost all white that you meeting in right now. This is a formerly all Black area, almost all white. On that corner of 14th and U, that's a former Black area that is now mostly all white. I'm saying here to those here in this area, yes, I've been all over the country. Some of you see me fighting the Goon Squad and Mississippi and all of that. We can talk about that. I've been the national chairman of the Panther Party in this city, that city, Africa. I've had my focus everywhere. But I must tell my brothers and sisters right here in this area that I am returning home, and I'm going to dedicate my legal and political efforts right here at home with the great Black man and woman of the DMV. We have some of the greatest brothers and sisters right here. And you will have my time and have my attention. And so also what's going on in here is the resurrection of Black Washington. Some of you longtime soldiers from Chocolate City, don't give up, Brother Taboo. Don't give up, man. Don't give up out there, Brother Uhuru. They holding on and holding the line. But I haven't given up on Black people. So that's it, that's a long answer. But the bottom line to it is, we want y'all to join the campaign and help everybody in America to boycott the companies that we're recommending you boycott and to sanction. That's what we want you to do. We want you to spread the word. And we want you to follow it at reparationsboycott.org. And we want you to become members of the Afrodescendant Nation. Straight up. Whatever organization you're in, stay in that organization. Whatever religious operation you're in, stay into it. But the Afro-Descendant Nation, of which I'm a part of, I'm also the head of president of Black Lawyers for Justice, but I'm in some Afro-Descendant Nation. This is a political operation. What is Afro-descendant? They went all into it. I'm sure they have. Descendants of Africa who are living in the Western Hemisphere, victims of the transatlantic slave trade and continual discrimination and human rights abuses. That's what a legal definition of an Afro-descendant is. And that's what our diplomats, Brother Ishmael, President Aquila, Sister Tahita, and others, they were just in Geneva, Switzerland at the Permanent Forum for People of African Descent. They were representing us well. The United Nations is waiting on us. The nations of the earth are waiting on us. And here we come. Here we come. Join the Afro-descendant nation. Join the nation. Now, next question in the back. Go ahead. And then I'm coming here. I had on the right. I'm gonna shorten it up. I'll be giving 15-minute answers.
That's a powerful campaign, and I think it's going to be very effective. I'm not a registered Muslim, but I have done some research, and I think I remember Elijah Muhammad saying that we should be clean inside and out, right down to the modern times. And so the modern reparations movement, a lot of things that you'll hear a lot of the younger people say is like, we built this. Like we built this. We built America. When you look outside outside in Washington, D.C., these buildings that we see were built by the White House was built by 300 or 400 black slaves. So we're saying we built this country, and because we built this country, it's not just for slavery, it's what happened after slavery and what's happening right now with police terror, housing discrimination, employment discrimination. So the number one part of UN is cessation or guarantees of non-repetition and stop killing us. So my thing is, if we say we built this country and America owes us a debt, do we say we want to go to a different country or start a different country, or do we want to, or what does that look like, or what? And then the decisions that we make, how is that going to impact our youth, and how are we getting the youth more engaged in what forms of reparations that they want and things like that. So that's just my question. Do we want reparations to say that we have to leave a country that we built, or so those are just, and I'm not saying
I got your question.
A discussion about it.
Your question is, where are we going with reparations? Do we want a nation of our own? Or do we want a Mercedes-Benz reparations voucher? Where you can get you a voucher and go buy you a Mercedes-Benz. My dear brother, first of all, before I tell you what we want on behalf of Mr. Muhammad and behalf of the reparations movement, I must tell you that we must ask the people what they want formally. So we have a national plebiscite or election campaign going on right now. I want you to get your phones out and take a number down. Because when you put this number in your phone, it's going to ask you what type of reparations do you want, and you will be participating in our national vote so that I will give you the answers from our national vote about what our people want, and I will give you what Mr. Muhammad wants. Okay? When our diplomats went to Geneva, Switzerland, one thing that we have to understand about gaining the support of the nations of the earth and others, We have to get formal in our procedures. It is true that we must be generally fired up, but you have to have advocates, representatives, and attorneys that take our case to the right forums with the right evidence of what we want. This phone number is put this in the text, 1-877-506-2184. I want you to text reparations into that number right now. 1-877-506-2184. And text reparations in there now. And I'll give you a minute to text it because a link is going to pop up, and that link takes you right to the election, right to the vote. And that vote that you're looking at is going to ask you, what type of reparations do you want? Do you want land? Do you want cash payments? Do you want a Mercedes-Benz voucher? No, I don't ask that. But it asks you what type of reparations you want. It asks you, will you give us your permission to represent you as an Afro-descendant? 877-506-2184. That's our national plebiscite campaign. We want you to help us. If you're watching, help us spread this number and to spread Texan reparations all over the country. That enables our people to vote and also register with this movement, and therefore it's given that you never even signed up with. Somebody's getting that email and working that database. 877-5. This is one way you can help. This is one way your friends can help. Everybody can help. 877-506-2184. We're gathering votes. We need 1 million votes, but we need a lot of votes so that when Governor General Ishmael and our President Akila Mukaram, when they go back to Geneva, Switzerland, they can tell the other nations and those that are running these forums, the International Court of Justice and others, that we have consent from the people. We have votes from the people, and this is what the people have decided. We must have the consent of the people, and we must wage an election amongst the people so that they can have their say-so in it. Now, what does Mr. Muhammad want? From what I've studied from Mr. Muhammad, first of all, he wants all of our people to have their human rights. Not just civil rights, but human rights. The Honorable Salas Muhammad wants what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad wanted. A land and territory of our own where we can live in peace. That is what we want. We don't want Joe Biden and Donald Trump and the Uncle Tom position of lesser than two evils. We want a nation of our own, and we're not going to be compromising that goal ahead of time, saying, well, you know, it ain't possible. It's not, we see what it's not. That's what we want. And it is written that God will take the kingdom from whom he pleases and give it to whom he pleases. He wants a separate land and territory of his own for our people as the ultimate form of reparations. as the ultimate form of reparations. He wants land. Mr. Muhammad wants land. There's land out here that is due Black people right now. There's land that is due indigenous people right now. And you are the indigenous people of this land. And you came before Columbus. You came on slave ships, but you also were here before the slave ship even got here. Read Dr. Ivan Van Sertima and many others. It's another subject for another time. My brother, we want land, precious metals. We want every Black man and woman to be made whole and compensated as far as we can. And we're not soft about it. It's almost an insult to say that the 500-year Holocaust could be solved by some land, could be solved by some payments. The book says that we should be getting an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a limb for a limb, and a life for a life. The book says, as a man soweth, that shall he also reap. And the book says, you taking our blood, you should be giving your own blood to drink like water. The Honorable Silas Muhammad said last meeting, I want America dead for what she have done to Black people. But we had to be tactically wise. That's right, you say. Got to be tactically wise because right now we don't have the type of equipment and in the type of position to get down like we really could get down. So we got to use what we got to get what we want, if you know what I'm saying. And so right now, economics is our top weapon. That black dollar and punishing these companies is one of our top weapons for getting what we want. But we want land, we want precious metals, we want institutions for our people. And of course, if there's some individual payments coming, of course you should have them. Next question. This one over here, and there's somebody over here. Here. Come on, you come to you. Okay.
Peace, family.
Come to you. Right here in the front also. Let's move fast, and then I think my time is going to come in because we got to make way for, got to make way for our chief real fast.
So to me, it's very brief.
Go ahead.
I was in an Uber one time, right? And the
Uber movement?
No, I said I was in an Uber one time, right? And the Uber driver decided to have a discourse with me about the upcoming election, right? And it seemed as if he was so very easily for me to say Donald Trump or Biden, right? And I agree with you 1,000%. I am in full support of Dr. Cornell West. So when he said that, it kind of registered, this was a Black man, registered to me as a little off because I was like, well, you know, I didn't even know if he was sure Dr. Cornell West was running. Once I made it very clear that I would be voting for Mr. West, he made it very clear to me that statistically that didn't matter because only Trump or Biden would win no matter what I or any of us were to do about that. So to summarize my question, right? Younger people like me who don't see much of a route for religion being a way, more so a spiritual connection to God, right? This being the case, we kind of are limited in argument when it comes to these numbers where they're saying, oh, well, regardless of what you do, the numbers are the numbers and only Biden or Trump will win. Again, if you don't vote for one, you vote for the other. So I was wondering where your argument would be on that on an objective basis of understanding, like, you know, the revolution doesn't care what your opinion is. It doesn't care who you are, what your feelings is about the revolution. You know, right is right. What one person does to another person should be therefore balanced in a certain way, right?
That's a good point. The essence of his question, and then that'll be I have two more that I'm gonna step away for the chief here, is we should be voting for. If we don't vote for Biden, we're helping Donald Trump or only those two can win. Well, then whatever happens, happens. Because I know that sounds rough, but if Joe Biden gonna learn a lesson, he need to learn it. There's no other interest group in America that sacrifices their interests based on who can win. The Jews, so-called Jews, they gonna advocate their position regardless. Their position is you're gonna support Israel regardless of the genocide. You're gonna support Israel, and if you don't support the genocide in Israel, we're not supporting you. Every other interest group is uncompromising in what they want. The LGBTQ community, oh, they uncompromising. You gonna go their way or else. Asian community, same way. And so, Brother Cam Howard was on this rostrum, right? And he's in a struggle. Cam is in a struggle to get Joe Biden to do something very simple, which is to establish a federal elections commission. And they would make our brother and make our movement go through all of these tribulations and contortions to get with a program that his Democratic congresspersons have already endorsed and pushed. But they get flaky on us at election time. And the reason why they get flaky on black people is because before the race gets started, we automatically concede everything. Before the race gets started, we say, I'm with you, boss, no matter what. Even if I don't get my issues, I'm still gonna be with you. Cause the boogeyman gonna get me. Boogeyman coming, but hey, boogeyman coming. So even if I don't get reparations, even if you don't do the George Floyd bill and give me relief for police brutality, even if I just with you, boss. Yeah, well, Joe Biden go back and say, well, you know, these Negroes are with me, so I go on to something else. Cornell West coming into the picture is a threat. No matter what they say about West, every time they say they're concerned because every single vote is going to count. Every single vote in these swing states, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Nevada, these other critical states, Virginia, every single vote's gonna count. Every single vote that Dr. Cornell West gets, every piece of momentum he's gonna get is going to count. And because it's going to count, now Joe Biden gotta look back. He say, oh, these Negroes got a representative now. Well, what do the Negroes want? Because you got a representative. When you already bought and paid for from the beginning, they ain't got to buy you no more. You already bought and paid for. All of them, Trump included, Biden included, all of them need to be in fear that none of them will get a black vote unless they stand up for issues that black people want, and we want reparation, and we gotta have it, and if you don't give it to us, damn it, we going with somebody else, and the hell with it all. Because it's already going to hell anyway. It's already rotten to the core anyway. To hell with trying to save it. Just let it burn, goddammit. Let it burn. It's already been condemned by God. It ain't no saving it. These people are wicked. They are savage. And they are wicked, so we might as well just go for self. But we ain't come this far to be whores for nobody in this hour. It's race first or else. Race first or else. All right, last one, because I done ran my mouth. I went off up here. Thanks for giving me. Brother Hank, we're going to hear from Mr. Muhammad. Then we're going to hear from Hank Newsom and everybody else is here that needed to be heard. You will be heard. Everybody that need to be reheard, you can be reheard. Because this is a critical time. This is that audience of revolutionaries and diplomats and we got the right folks. We may not have all of the masses, but I'm telling you what, we got the right squad up in here that can take on anything in America. This squad right here. If this is an audience and a leadership, then I'm confident that if we get down and plan together, that we can turn this thing around. Last one.
Thanks for giving me a chance to talk. The thing is, I got to say is about the land. I'm about the land. And when the young man talked about us building and we see gentrification, he's walking through these communities. This is across the country, taking what we own. And we got plumbers. We got electricians. We built the country for them. So give us back that land you just took around here. And my thing here, they documented. Understand what we're fighting for. Something that they already documented, 40 acres of mule they gave us. What happened to it? It's $6 trillion is what it adds up to now. These are things they documented. So when we fight, we fighting for the things you said you was going to give back to us. But yet you sit there, all of us sit here and watch them give trillions of dollars to people that ain't even here, wasn't even here. And it's time to fight. It's time to stop being afraid. And my question to you is it time that we start our own damn party? We need our own black party, so we talk about our issues. Well, we sit up and say, what you gonna do? Because this is what's going on with us, and this is what you've done. Thank you.
All right. The reparations movement is the core of the Black liberation movement. The reparations movement is the core of the whole Black liberation movement, meaning the strongest of Black people that want liberation and self-determination. That's who we are. Reparations is a major thrust, should be the major thrust of our movement, but that's not all of it. But if the reparations organizers unite, they could represent us politically. They could represent us everywhere where Black people want to go. We could be represented by the forces that we have here, because they are our strongest, most committed and dedicated forces. See, Brother Rashad and I and Hank and the others and all in the Afrodescendant Nation, we're on the point for reparations. But, Hawk, I'm sorry. Hawk Newsom. So look, yes, this is a reparations movement, but don't limit it to that. Don't limit it to that. When they see us and when the more young Black men see us standing for reparations, fighting for reparations, out on the street handling our business, that means more young Black men got hope now to stand up and get their lives together. See what I mean? They're going to stand not just for reparations, they're going to stand because they need a big brother. They're going to stand because they need a father. They're going to stand because somebody has taken their father or their uncle out and they need somewhere to go and they need strong Black men. And so we are those strong Black men. He is that strong Black man. We're not just limited to reparations. If we get this movement right, we represent salvation for our race. If we can unite and get this movement right, we can handle it all. Who else you gonna trust but the Afro-Descendant Nation? We're a nation, man. So whatever we want, reparations is on the point, but this is a liberation movement. When you hear Dr. West on Monday, Dr. West, look straight up, Dr. Cornell West is about to join the Afrodescendant Nation. How about that? Up, you mighty nation. We can accomplish what we will. If we can accomplish what I'm going to make way now. I done sweated up here and it's so much. But I want to say coming out of this, that we will be just as on fire for our sanctions and boycott as we went in. I want to say coming out of this to Washington, D.C. and my family here, that I think that we're going to be meeting right here every week. We're going to think we're going to be here every week. So every week as we're training men, every week as we're educating, inspiring, and building our movement, we're going to get stronger and stronger right here. Right here. The Black man and woman, the Afro-descendants of the Washington, D.C. area, we can't be second to anybody anywhere in the country when it comes to self-determination and liberation. We got a mission. Last question, brother. I know you've been asking. Come on, quickly.
But how can we use the murder against murder, where you take people who destroy the person and you want to set what we are faithful? So how can we try to take it down all the way to the beginning? So how can we use the murder to fight against murder?
That's a heck of a question. But there's something pregnant in your question, dear brother. There's something pregnant against you. There's something pregnant in your question. Okay, first of all, let's deal with the first part of your question and then we got to close. It is true that the United States government and the FBI from J. Edgar Hoover and since J. Edgar Hoover has intentionally targeted for assassination Black leaders, and America has eaten Black leaders and destroyed Black leaders on a regular and consistent basis. Malcolm X, Dr. Martin Luther King, Fred Hampton, many of others, Calderon, Marcus Garvey, Calderon. Okay, but we can't fail to proceed just because we see death in front of us. I got you. So what we're saying here is, I hope this is not taken wrong, but there is no one Messiah that's going to save us. There ain't no one Messiah going to save us. All right, now, give me a minute, Black. I'll let you drop. Now, let me drop back. I'm with you, though. I like your spirit. I'm with you. So, what I believe, what I see us developing here is a collective leadership model. What we here working on, understanding that we have leadership at the table in a circle, and we have a process here that ensures that if I'm taken, because I could be taken, and my life, I just got out of Rankin County, Mississippi, and I've got a few threats on my life. I can be taken. Okay, so what we're doing right now here is as leaders, this is a room full of leaders. There's a room full of leaders. Everything that we're announcing here is not coming from one man. All the plans that we are here are not even coming from the Honorable Silas Muhammad. They're not coming from Malik Shabazz. They're coming from hours of consultation and work between Malik Shabazz, Rashad Singleton, from Hawk Newsom, from James Small, from Sister Tahida, the president of the nation, General Ishmael, all the others. We are in a circle. We're in a circle here, and the circle has decided the plans. And if a man is assassinated in the course of the plan being carried out, our general orders is to continue the plan and to humbly bury the man. I'm coming back to you. It's a proven strategy. When we say that we want sanctions and boycotts on companies that have robbed our people, that's a plan that goes into perpetuity until they do not exist. All right? I told my daughter that if something happened to me, here's the information, and you are duty bound to carry it out in my name. I'm organizing with him and them because they're younger than me. But they remind me of when I was at Howard University and when I was in Unity Nation on these streets and still on these streets, but I was out there like them. And so I know that something happened to me. I got other strong men and women coming up. It's a collective leadership model. It's a group leadership model. Come on, I'll give you one comeback. Come on. Can what? Okay, I'm gonna end on that, and then I gotta get off. It's all right. I'll answer that, and then we'll continue, and we'll continue to go on. My answer to that, no, sir, brother. There's no such a plan as no man can be in harm's way. The job of leadership would be to attempt to guide us safely on the journey with a minimal loss of casualties. I can't do no more because my time is up. But I'll get with you on the side. Me and you can go get us some fish together. Okay. I got you. I got your point. Me and you gonna go get us some fish down at the fish spot downstairs. They got some great fish. And I love his spirit. But let me answer him quickly, then I'm gonna turn it over to Chief Najee. Better come quick. I got to turn it over to the chief here, the Honorable Silas Muhammad. No, agreed. No objection. Okay, and I'll end on 2 points there. 2 point. Okay, so let me wrap. I gotta wrap. Great stuff, but we got more in the evening. Okay, so to conclude, brother, I'm gonna come to the artist. There's no guaranteed plan where we could say that no one will be harmed. But what we will do as leaders is be as wise as we can to minimize casualties and also understand that if we are leaders, that we're willing as a prerequisite to take the consequences for the movement. I mean, if I got to come under attack or chastisement from Wells Fargo or for some powerful people because I'm spearheading or helping to spearhead the boycott, well, then so be it. I just take the hit for the team and we got to keep going. But, all wars and revolution, if they're a real revolution, you're going to have some casualties on both sides. Now, my dear sister, 2 points. We must have artists from our own ranks in this liberation movement, and we must promote them and push them, and we must have our own artists, and we do have some, and we must push them. Number 2 is we can gain support from those that you're talking about, similar to the way, I hate to keep using it as a reference, but I don't have a choice, similar to the way Black Lives Matter would have LeBron James on this court wearing a shirt from a police killing or artists supporting the movement. Well, why would they support the movement? Well, they support it because why? Because they see it on TV taking action. When they see a police shooting or something happen and they see some demonstration and then they hear that announcer saying, well, this was Black Lives Matter or not, or carrying out that action, even though sometimes they wasn't even Black Lives Matter. They just got the credit for it. For whatever it was, it reached that level where athletes and entertainers started embracing it and promoting it. And what we're saying that if our actions are strong enough, and they will be, and they're tough enough that they will be, that they will reach those in high places where Brother Kendrick Lamar will be open to talking to us. Now, we also got to understand that a lot of the Kendrick Lamar promotions is because he was fighting another rapper. It wasn't because when he was just giving positive Black messages, he was just Kendrick Lamar. But when they put us on mind control program, where they want us going weeks and weeks, oh man, he talk about his mama. Yeah, he talk about his sister. Yeah, he said he had a baby by this one. Oh man, yeah. Of course, yeah, they're gonna blow it up. Of course they're gonna blow it up. So my sister and all of those, if we build this move enough, strong enough, effective enough, and radical enough, we will gain the attention of this nation and support from those at the top of this nation. I've seen it before. I'll close by telling you this. I represent the Goon Squad victims in Rankin County, Mississippi. The 2 brothers that was terrorized by white ranking officers. And those officers you saw recently got a total of 132 years in prison. A record for Mississippi. 132 years in prison, and both of the men are still alive. Ain't never happened in Mississippi. But I can tell you after that happened and that hit the attention of the nation, that those brothers got support from people in high places all over the nation that helped their situation. And so, we have the leadership here. We can reach, man, look, you shut down Wells Fargo, you're going to be the #1 story on CNN. CNN, just today, Today at Wells Fargo it's just was incredible. Just as they say they've lost 20% of their earnings on the last quarter, and that all the blacks have begun pulling out on something crazy called reparations.
That's right.
When the rappers see that, they're gonna say it's real. So I got to go. I could take more questions later. I've overstayed my time. I'm going to bring to you, because we got others that will be heard from. I want to bring to you our pioneer and our elder. I want you to pay special attention to our elder. He's not as boisterous as Malik Shabazz, but he's 100 times wiser and more experienced than Malik Shabazz. I want to bring on a man to bring on to you, or bring on to bring on to bring on. However it's gonna go. We're gonna hear soon from our elder, and I want you to be patient with our elder, and I want you to hear him carefully, because his mouth was not made to speak an idle word. And everything he says is important, but he's our elder. So we want to be careful and respectful to him, because he is the reason why we're here. The Honorable Silas Muhammad. We'll hear from him shortly.
Again, everybody put your strong black hand together for attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz. Electrifying brother. Let me say briefly, we will have more time for Q&A. I know we were not able to get to everybody. Even our Vice President of Afrodescendant Nation didn't get a chance to get his question asked. So we're doing a town hall this evening, and we'll have that opportunity. With that said, man, you're powerful, brother. We thank God for you, brother.
Oh, 1 second.
Yes, sir.
I say. From the Emmett Till family. She's here from Mississippi. Come on. The Honorable Priscilla Till. She's here from Jackson, Mississippi. From the Emmett Till family, our nationwide freedom fighter.
Absolutely. I'm going to bring up Chief Minister Najee Muhammad as he brings on the Honorable Silas Muhammad. As we await, absolutely. I want to say this very briefly. We have a giant in our midst today. The Honorable Silas Muhammad, as Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz said, isn't just a regular man. He was made and formed and fashioned by God and the messenger himself. Why do I say that? I had the blessed opportunity. I mean, being with my father, you be in so many rooms, you get to meet so many people. 2017, I had the privilege to be in the home of the Honorable Silas Muhammad's brother, Wali Baha, on the southeast side of Chicago. And as these two men discuss plans that they had to work together and to materialize a future for our people, they shared their journeys. And as the Honorable Silas Muhammad was sharing his story, you could see the raw emotion in which he spoke to my father. And as I was on post, tears started to develop in the wells of my eyes. Why do I say that? Why is that important? Because when you're around that type of man, you get a raw emotion yourself. It hits your very soul. A lot of us have skills that we can speak, and we can go and galvanize the thousands, and we can speak in such a way that it almost puts us in a trance, but very few of us, I mean, a few have the true heart and the sincerity that this man has. Fast forward a couple years, 2019, I had the blessed opportunity to speak at the Lost Foundation of Islam Savior's Day in Atlanta, Georgia. And I said this, and I said it then, and I said it again. I look at the Honorable Silas Muhammad as a father, as a leader, as a teacher, as an example. He's not just a savior, and I don't mean it loosely to the Lost Foundation. He's a savior for us because he did what we knew not to do. He put himself on the line and went out there and forged a way so that we could be here today. And he deserves to be honored. He deserves to be respected. He deserves to be revered. And with that being said, I want to bring up his great helper, his great aid and assistant, a man that is a giant himself, but his greatest accomplishment, his greatest title is being the chief minister for the Honorable Silas Muhammad, none other than Najee Muhammad. Please put your black hand together for this great man.
Assalamu alaikum. Greetings to you, my beautiful Afro-descendant people. Before I introduce the Honorable Silas Muhammad, we'll discuss the importance of identity. I won't be long, but I must share this information with you. I must share this information with you because it's very, very important. Very important. Robert King Carter and other slave owners joined the process of stripping the newly arrived Africans of the signature of their identity. America's institution of slavery was unlike the forms of slavery that had existed in Africa and Europe since ancient times. I want you to listen to this now. Chattel slavery reduced those who were enslaved to the legal status of barnyard animals. I want you to think about that now, because I'm going to connect all of this with the Honorable Silas Muhammad. They had no conventional human rights and could be bought and sold at their own pleasures. In 1860, during plantation slavery, our ancestors produced 94 million pounds of cotton and 84 million pounds of tobacco. They were never compensated for their labor or recognized as people. Their original identity was destroyed and their memory wiped away. America reduced them to the legal status of beasts in the field. They were no longer recognized as people or members of the human family. The United Nations define people according to 3 elements, all of whom have their mother tongue or language intact, their ancestral culture that was defined by their ancestors centuries ago, their ancestral religion determined by their elders of centuries past. It is obvious that all of these elements have been lost forever by those who were stolen from our homeland and forced into slavery. After suffering the worst atrocities in human history, it was this man, the Honorable Silas Muhammad, who realized we needed United Nations recognition to be legally recognized as people, in agreement with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who said we need universal rights. the same equal rights as any other human being. 49.2 million Afro-descendants in America are we, who must decide how we want to receive reparations. I did not say if, I said how. America's historical record of our ancestors' enslavement is enough evidence. No longer are we recognized as barnyard animals, sophisticated pets, runaway property, or inherently rightless thinking people. Kittens can be born in an oven, but it does not mean they are biscuits, said Malcolm X. White families who migrated to America from South Africa and became U.S. citizens are African American. You say you are American. But are you equal with white Americans? I'm Afro-descendant, not African or American. Afro-descendants, we must come face to face with America in the identity crisis it caused. Now, I want you to listen to this statement by the late Dr. Runoko Rashidi, because we getting ready to get down inside of the importance of identity. And the information that I'm getting ready to give you supports the Honorable Silas Muhammad's position. Dr. Runoko Rashidi taught us the importance of history, memory, and identity. He said, history is a people's memory. Never minimize this. For when you lose your memory, you lose your identity. And when you lose your identity, you are lost. In many ways, those of us brutally taken from our motherland have lost history, memory, and identity. And when we suffer from this today, whether we realize it or not. In March 2002, 19 leaders representing 250 million descendants of slaves in the Western Hemisphere met in La Ceiba, Honduras, agreeing on the term Afro-descendants, taking destiny into their own hands. Do you hear me? That was a courageous thing to do, to take destiny in your own hands. What a defining achievement it was for Mr. Muhammad, Queen Mashaki Muhammad, and Miss Ida Hakim's work to be accepted by the United Nations. Let's give them a round of applause. I'm right where I'm at now. It won't be long. The Honorable Silas Muhammad will address you or address this convention in just a few moments. But before he does, let's hear from some of the Caucasian professors, historians, scholars about this Negro identity. From the book, Crisis in Black and White, Professor Charles Silberman said, the Negro's central problem is to discover his identity or create one for himself. In the book, Who Will Speak for the Negro? Professor Robert Penn Warren stated, the system in North America, however, worked more or less consciously to unman the slave and rob him of any sense of identity. We return to the book Crisis in Black and White. Professor Charles Silberman stated, for one thing, the process of enslavement subjected the Africans to a series of traumas that tended to sever him from his culture and institutions and destroy his sense of identity. And lastly, from Charles Zimmerman, by itself, however, the label, African American, and I'm almost finished. The label, African American, appears to be the latest string of politically correct labels for a race of people who apparently have an identity crisis and are unable to define who they are. Negro, colored, Black, Afro-American, and African American. It's from the book, Letters Across the Divide. I've done the research for you. Now, this was from a Caucasian and an Afro-descendant who wrote this book. And he asked the Afro-descendant, he said, what's next? What's next? The Caucasian was confused because of all of these labels. But let me move on. Reparationist Ida Hakeem is the founder of CURE, Caucasians United for Reparations and Emancipation. She also assisted the Honorable Silas Muhammad and Queen Mashaki Muhammad at the United Nations during our quest to establish the identity of Afro-descendant. She posed the following question: why do Afro-descendants need an internationally recognized collective identity? She answered, Afro-descendants have suffered a human rights injury in common, that of destruction of identity. No matter what part of the Western world the captive African men, women, and children were taken to, they were torn from their original language, culture, religious beliefs, and forced into the subhuman identity as slaves. She continued, the loss of identity has led to the painful attempts to find, where do I come from? Who are my people? Afro-descendants are a new human family, a new ethnicity, calling for recognition and self-determination. Completing her comment, she stated, the self-determination claim requires a collective recognized identity, a form of governance for the groups, and democratic decision-making. The Afro-Descendant Nation provides the governing structure for a claim of self-determination and reparations for a new people. I'm almost finished. Political science professor Andrew Hacker stated in his book, two nations, black and white, separate, hostile, and unequal. Your decisions are rendered all the more painful by the hypocrisy of it all. Since you are aware that even if you make every effort to conform, whites still will not accept you as one of their own. So to a far greater degree than for immigrants from other lands, it rests upon you to create your own identity. Brothers and sisters, I give to you the Honorable Silas Muhammad. Will you please stand and accept the Honorable Silas Muhammad?
We can have to bring it down. Come on, let's get it out. Work this on. How many work this thing here? Can't get come down some. Take it out. Somebody hold it while I yes, sir. We need to get the mic stand right, so there we go. Yeah, we're gonna let it right by some.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. I got you. I gotta watch this. I got you, Mr. Navarro. Right here.
Thank you. Thank you. Long live Muhammad. Well, I don't think I'll be living too much longer. In about 20 days, I'll be 86. Thank you, Malik, and thank you for coming. What I have to share with you is information that the United States government and UN in Geneva, Switzerland department already have. I'm just giving you what they have already so that you will know where you stand in America and in the world. Now, all the praises you heap up on me, I wish I could say something to you to return the favor. Except I thank you. I'll now go to a piece of information that I shared with the United Nations in Geneva approximately May 19th, 2001. We in the United Nations in Geneva, Switzerland, beginning about 1992. Because my wife is an attorney, I thought she would be better to go and represent us and you than myself. I did not make attorney. I flunked out. I tried, but I didn't make it. I wanted the dummy. I went to the United Nations because of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Got the energy, the spirit, fight from him. He was my teacher. I believed and believed in him still. He was the most perfect man, black man, my eyes had ever seen. Of course, I've been taught by black men all of my life, but he was the most humble, sincere, truthful man. My eyes have ever seen to date. He was kind, humble, astute, yet strong. I thought at first a white man was behind the scene running the Nation of Islam. I think I heard the teachings of Islam when I was about 18 or 19. I accepted 19. But I thought there is a white man behind the scenes running things. There is not a black man that I had ever seen that could organize black people the way that black people were organized when I was 19 years old in the Nation of Islam. And I doubted that a black man was running the Nation of Islam. I doubted. So I hung around, waiting, looking to see this man who's running the Nation of Islam. up until 1962, I think that's the date, that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was scheduled to come into LA, California. But I did not believe there was a black man running things. So I had matriculated, I guess you would say, to the position of a sergeant or a lieutenant and placed on post when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, was to enter Los Angeles. I'll admit this to you, but I don't do this now. I was given a post to observe not to observe the behavior of Elijah Muhammad, but to observe the behavior of people who had come to see him. Well, I quit my post. You're not supposed to quit your post until you are properly released. Well, I quit that post because I wanted to see Elijah Muhammad. Because most of my life, well, I'm from Texas. A little bitty small town in Texas called Sadden, Texas. About that big. I quit the post because I wanted to see the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I quit the post. I went and took a seat right amongst lost found, men lost found, and hid so I could get a good view of Messenger Elijah Muhammad. Well, when he came out to give a lecture, he was a short man, about 5'6" and maybe a quarter. He's rather thin. He looked like the cleanest black man I had ever seen in my life. It looked like he had never been outside. Or he was probably about near 62, 63. I would picture him in his late 60s at the time that I first saw him. Extremely clean. Looked like he had never been outside playing in mud and got dirty. He looked that clean to me. I was impressed by the cleanliness of his face. And he starts to talk, teach us. Now, ask me what he taught. I don't know. But I absorbed it. And right there, right then, that moment, I dropped everything that I had thought I would be doing. He is doing it. In Canton, Texas, where I grew up, white people run everything. I thought I would grow up take my people back to homeland Africa. But when I saw him, all those dreams and aspirations went out the door. I gave them up because I saw Elijah Muhammad. He was the man. He was who I thought I was. I gave up those dreams, that aspiration, and started following him. I was about 19 years old at the time. I think about 1959.
Take it off.
You don't mind if I
We've been having a problem with this bow tie since we said, do you mind if he takes his bow tie off?
I just like having taken, excuse me for a moment, let me tell you about that bow tie. Honorable Elijah Muhammad called me in one day. You. Now, I always thought I can dress. I always thought I'm the best dresser. Oh, my! That's what I thought. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad called me in one day, and I wore a string tie sometimes, and sometimes I wore ascot around my neck. About 1964. And he called me in and sat me down, and he was wearing a bow tie, and he started twiddling this bow tie and says he's teaching me how to dress, and my face expressed what I feel, what I was feeling. You can't tell me I didn't say that. But my thoughts were, you can't tell me how to dress. You wearing that bow tie? I wear an ascot. I wear a string tie. I know how to dress. I didn't say these words, but those were my thoughts. My face must have told him, you can't tell me how to dress. He stopped. He started telling me that a person who wants to do me harm could take that tie that I had on and twist it up my neck, and I couldn't get out. The bow tie, he said, well, it would just fall off. You can't not choke you with a bow tie. Well, now I'm thinking that what he was trying to do is groom me for this day. Now I have thought about it. Yes, I do wear a bow tie because of him. I just started about, well, maybe this year. I just like that my face, my expression told him that. You can't tell me how to dress. I just like that today because I know that he was telling me right today. I certainly miss him. My wife, she goes into the courts system here in America, and she is upbeat. No white judge, white man in the whole department she can respect, because she has so much respect for Messenger Elijah Muhammad. He was the man in her life. Bear with me. She said to me, having been taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I'm not afraid of any white man that I see. I understood her, and I know what she's feeling and what she is saying. He has no match. Nowhere in the world that I have seen. I went to the UN because of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He has written on the back of Muhammad Speaks newspaper what the Muslim wants, what Muslims believe. Everything that he said he wanted and everything that he said we believe, I wanted, I believed it. I am the UN on those bases. I am the UN. I think about, well, first, I asked my wife to go. She went about 1992. And she found a person named Joseph Fry, who lived at that time in Canada. She went to Canada to find him. He found him and brought him back to me. He stayed with me for about 2 weeks. I think it was Dr. Clyde who brought me into the understanding that I am a human being. I am a human being. I started reading, listening, and I realized that the American government does not treat me or any of us like we are real human beings. I read Dr. Clyde's written material. He had been in Switzerland studying human rights. He is the one who taught me about human rights. And I realized that I do not have human rights. The UN was not protecting us, our human rights. So I went to the UN, sent my wife first. After about 2 weeks or 3 weeks of war, she was back home and took me out to the UN. This paper reads May 20th, 2001. No, my first intervention was 1997. An intervention is a statement that you are making to the UN. And the word intervention means that you have written a paper and you are covering an argument that is very familiar with the UN. And in the paper, you must attack the issue you're talking about and give a solution. Well, I attacked the issue human rights. America has denied me and you, every one of us, out of our human rights. Well, in 2001, I had matriculated up to the point where I was now groomed into speaking my point of view like they wish to hear it in the United Nations. First, I was out in the United Nations in Geneva every time I open my mouth, it's about Elijah Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad. The UN officials, they have a way of teaching and a way of correcting you without hurting you. I was saying, in the name of Allah, yeah, we'll talk religion out here. There's no religion. You got to get rid of that stuff. They are driving me along. And I'm trying to calm down a bit and see what they are saying. And eventually, I got the right tune. They wanted me not to teach Islam, not to say Elijah Muhammad, who they know is a leader of Black people in America, I thought, but not just in America, Black leaders in the diaspora. They did not want me to talk any religion, mention any religious name. I got to talk strictly plain English, absent any religion. So I learned the rope of the road that I have to follow. And my wife and I were in UN and other places that they directed us to go for 17 years. Greetings, Mr. Chairman, members of the Working Group on Minorities. I would like to give thanks to you, each one of your partners, for taking their part in organizing this special informed workshop. For Afro-descendants in the Americas. Also, I thank you for the NGO that contributed to organizing this workshop. My name is Shabazz Muhammad. For 4 years now, I have been attending the meetings of the Working Group on Minorities to deliver prayers on behalf of African Americans in the United States. From my first intervention, I'll explain what it is to you. That's just the paper that I've written. It's called Intervention. I've written my first intervention before this esteemed group of experts. My concern has been the subject of today's agenda. Item 2. the relevance of minorities, protection to the Afro-American, and its relationship to the Declaration on the Rights of Persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, linguistic minorities. I know these words are kind of jumble and sound crazy to you, but I'm familiar with what I'm saying. It's talking about you, well, in their language. When we African Americans, that's how they look at us, or they were looking at us as African Americans. Consider the Declaration on the Rights of Minorities. We conclude that we remain a lost people. While we are a people and not a minority in the United States, we are placed within the position of a minority. Thus, the United States government, with knowledge that the United States had denied us our identity for the past 400 years, is in violation of the aforementioned Declaration in Article 2. The Declaration emphasizes that minorities have the right to enjoy their culture and identity. And our first intervention before this group, we questioned whether the so-called African Americans are in possession of their human rights. That is a slogan or statement in the United Nations that they will protect all persons' human rights. They're entitled to them everywhere on earth. You have protection of your human rights. And we will get into what your human rights are in just a minute. We conclude that the UN, the United Nations, does not recognize us or know where we fit. For 100 years of plantation slavery and its lingering effects have left us out of the definition that you give for human rights within the UN system. Today, I want to thank the working group of minorities for demonstrating its willingness to hear our concerns and assist us. This is about my fifth year going to the UN. My wife, I think she told you that when she had first gone there, the officer of the UN told her that if you don't come here at least for 7 years consecutively, UN won't hear you. They people just like yourself, they don't get roused up behind you if you come out here 1 week or 2 weeks or 1 year and then they don't see you no more. You must not have been serious about your issue. We know that to the extent that we have been deprived of our culture, deprived of our religion. I'm talking about the culture you had before you came to America. I'm talking about the religion you had before you came to America. And our language, I'm talking about the language you spoke before you came to America. We do know we do not have human rights because we lost all of that. Lost identity, lost religion, lost culture, mother tongue, how we speak. We lost that. Or it was murdered out of us. These things that I'm talking about are your human rights. You have the human right to speak your own mother tongue. That's a human right. You have the human right to practice your own religion, whatever it is. You got the human right to practice that. You got the human right to enjoy your culture. All of this was taken away or beat out of us. So we had no human rights. My wife and I.
All praise is due to Allah. Brothers and sisters, all praise is due to Allah.
We are there begging for our human rights to be restored to us. Our human rights are your human rights. side note, an England woman came up to me, said, "Don't you know that what you asking for out here, you can't get it? You're talking to the same people who took your human rights. Don't you know that? Are you such a dummy? You don't understand." I guess there was, because I kept going. Kept saying the same thing. An ambassador from Egypt, I think he was, say, "Can you hear that little boy out here saying that the king has on no clothes?" That's a book written where the ambassador from Egypt, told him that after I had initiated my intervention. During the period we were enslaved, we lost our identity, our mother tongue, our culture, and our religion. By whatever name they were being called, owing to the act of plantation slavery, and its lingering effects, we have been duplicated as a type of clone. Practice their religion. And we have their culture. You agree with me? Well, they had to agree with me also. Not just me and my wife. I am not so heavy. My wife is the heavy one of us. African Americans in North, Central, and South America and throughout the diaspora all suffer from the loss of their identity, as do we. From the loss of our identity. We don't have protection of our human rights. What are they? Your human rights. You have a human right to speak that. Your own culture, your own language, own religion, that your parents, foreparents taught you when you were in Africa. African Americans in North America, Central America, South America, throughout the diaspora, all suffer from these losses. Their identity. African Americans are a people who, for more than 400 years, have been mindful daily, consciousness of otherness, not knowing what you are, who you are, what your people are. You don't speak the same language. You don't enjoy the culture that you once had. You're feeling of otherness. You're speaking of white man's language, practicing a white man's culture, enjoying a white man's religion. Am I in error? This is what we are arguing out in the UN, that you have lost your human rights. Why did I go out there to begin with? Because of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Not because of me. Because of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. By the way, my wife Harriet Muhammad was once the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's daughter-in-law. She came to him at about 15 years of age. She married one of his sons, Akbar Muhammad. They moved to Cairo, Egypt, as they say, for us. Akbar messed up. She, Harriet Muhammad, caught a plane and she's back in the U.S. in 2 years. She lived up in New York. Then she came out to Los Angeles, California to find me. I left Los Angeles as I usually did, and drove down to a gambling place where you gamble. Playing horses. And I went to the window to put the money down to play the horse. And my mind told me, you down here playing a horse and your wife is back there in LA? Quit playing the horse and go back to LA. Get your wife. my mind is talking to me about this young lady, Harriet. She had walked across the marsh floor, and I had seen her walking, and she looked nice to me. I said, yeah, I'm interested in her. Well, I didn't know that she had seen me. That wasn't on my mind. What was on her mind, I asked her why. That's why I said to myself, quit playing the dogs, gambling, and go back to LA and just tell her, let her know. Well, I got in Tijuana, Mexico. Permission? Yeah, I had driven down to Tijuana, Mexico. It's about 140 miles, 27 miles away from LA. I had really to drive pretty fast to get back to LA before the meeting turned out. So I catch Harriet at the meeting place. I did get back to LA timely enough. I drove to the place where they were having the affair. I walked into the door and I saw Harriet. She's surrounded by good-looking brothers. 4 or 5 of them got Harriet talking to Harriet. I walked up to the brothers. I said, excuse me, brother. I knew the brothers. They knew me. I said, excuse me. And they said, yeah, Silas, who would you want? I said, you, lady. I want to talk with you. She came over. I said, oh, step outside. She stepped outside. I said to her, what would you be doing June 21st, 1964? She said, I don't know. I don't plan that far in advance. I don't have an idea what I'll be doing. I said, well, I'll tell you what you're going to be doing. You're going to marry me. Now I walk you back into the room and talk to those brothers you're talking to. I walked her back in and left her, drove on home. June 21st. Oh, that was December of 1963. I'm telling her that. Well, June 21st, 1964, we was married. And I think on my birthday that we will be 6 years. We have been forcibly displaced from our common territory, scattered throughout the Americas region and beyond. The African American a political bond. We African Americans in the United States have cried out in many ways over many years for the restoration of our dignity as a people. Yet, U.S. government commits daily, internationally wrongful acts of denying our existence while claiming respect for human rights. We do recognize ourselves as the African American people internally. It's also our desire to receive reparations. They know that. American government know that. This was delivered to them in 1921. Worldwide intervention. It is also our desire to receive reparations from the U.S. government for ongoing loss of our mother tongue and internationally recognized political identity. We ask that this working group of minorities let us know what the UN recommends for us. We're giving you our picture. Now, what is yours? What do you recommend for us? La Seba Honduras, 2002. And in the year 2002, another intervention we're giving to a group of 19 nations of Black people like us in America, in Haiti, Cuba, in Brazil, Uruguay, Panama. They are just like you. They are Black, just like you, living under a white man's rule. Just like us here in America. I did not make contact with them myself or my wife. The UN made contact for us with them. And now I'm with our people, just like we are here in America. I'm with those people in Las Vegas. I had never heard of the term Las Vegas. I was close to 50 or 50 years old at that time. I hadn't heard of Las Vegas. And lo and behold, I'm in Las Vegas with black people just like you. How did I get there? Because of my argument asking the UN to help us. The United Nations in Geneva did help us. They saw my sincerity, my wife's sincerity, my faith, her faith, and knew that we were serious people. My first verbal intervention at the UN occurred in 1997. I had been going to the UN about 5 years before I got a chance to speak. 5 years I had been going to the UN to let them know we blacks in America don't have protection of the United Nations on human rights. Finally, I got a chance to let them know. They have a clock. Well, you got 10 minutes to say everything that you need to say about whatever you want to talk about. I had, according to the clock, 10 minutes to deliver my speech. I took, I think, 15 minutes. They was trying to push me down or get me to sit down or get me to shut up. No, hell no. Bring your police, take me to jail, shoot me, cut my throat. I'm going to say this. I've been trying out here for 5 years. And this is the first time I got a chance to speak, and you cut me down to 10 minutes? Hell no. Excuse me. I'm not a bad man. You can say booking and get me right on. Yeah, but I was bad that day. Do whatever you have to do, but I want to speak this. In conclusion, it is our prayer that this body, the UN, of experts that we're talking to at the time, they have UN experts talk about our problem. Will be the force or become the force within the U.S. for criminal international instrument, arbitration mechanism, and laws that require the states to recognize and respect the dignity of minorities and people under their jurisdiction. What I was asking for is protection of our human rights. I deserve protection of my human rights. They promise to protect your human rights. The United Nations does. After 97, on our first intervention, the chairperson, Mr. Hyde, said, well, we like your argument. We understand what you're saying, but we have to find out where you fit. I said to myself, what? You got to find out where we fit? We have been here for 400 years. And the UN don't have no record of us whatsoever. Whatsoever. They didn't have a record of us. We're not on the record. They have to find out where we fit before they can protect our human rights. What are your human rights? Your mother tongue. You have the right to speak it. That's what they call it. The culture. You have a right to enjoy it. I don't know what mine is. Your religion. I don't know what my religion is when I was in Africa. You have the right to speak your mother tongue with others of your group who speak the same tongue. Nobody in my group, black people, speak the same tongue I speak, because their tongue is lost like mine. All these 5 human rights, we are not enjoying any one of them. So we were a dead person. Let me say that a little bit slower and softer. We were a dead person mentally. We didn't know that we were dead. Messenger Elijah Muhammad teachings cracked my mind. It let me know that I am dead. But now I began to come alive again mentally after being taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Make sense? So I think that my wife and I not in America. I did not say behind Newark with 19 other black nations from around the world. They feel something like me. They need their protection also. Then I think we came together for a week long. Cuba, where the person that you spoke about, the man who came from the island. He they liberated from the island.
Oh, you're talking about Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, Marcus Garvey. Where is he from? Jamaica, Cuba, Brazil, Australia, Haiti. 19 nations were there, including America, at this meeting in Australia. And one of the persons from one of those nations we're asking to reconstitute ourselves. Reconstitute means, well, you know what reconstitute means, don't you? The people from some island, I think it's Colombia or Cuba, they said, or I said, reconstitute ourselves. Well, lost found people. I mentioned lost found people as a name for in the first portion of the meeting. Call ourselves the lost found people. Well, they said Afrodescendants. We are together for a whole week long. And I'll tell you about that. I'm sharp. I'm dressed and I'm tied up. Yeah. Well, I'm with Black people, but they're not dressed like me. I'm an ugly American. They are. They just got to put on some pants. The women put on nice dresses, but they were not near the way Black women dress here in America. And they were looking at me the whole week long. And I don't know that I am overly dressed. That they resent or dislike the way I'm dressed. I'm not conscious of the way I'm dressed. I'm conscious of what I went there for. And my dress is the way I dress all the time. And there was a cloud or a stigma in the room because of that. And I asked him, well, you say Afrodescendants. What is an Afro-descendant? Do you have a definition for Afro-descendant? What is that? Well, this is my law coming out. What are the elements of Afro-descendant? I'm asking them. They don't know that definition to what they're saying should be explained. It should have elements. So that they had no elements of the definition for Afro-descendants. And for the whole week, I would periodically ask for a definition. A definition. And they did not give me a definition. Well, my wife and I was ordered by the UN to be at the meeting that night. I'll be finished in just a minute. We rushed to the hotel where we were living and sketched out a definition for Afro-descendants. This is the definition that my wife and I sketched out on a piece of raggedy paper, and I folded the paper up and put it in my pocket and took it to the dinner with me. I had not asked for a meeting, but I was forced in a meeting. Definition number one, was forcibly dispossessed of their homeland, Africa. This is the definition for Afro-descendants. Two, was transported to the Americas and slavery diaspora for the purpose of enslavement. Three, was subjected to slavery. Four, was subjected to forced mixed breeding and rape. Five, had experienced through force the loss of mother tongue. And six, had experienced racial discrimination due to lost ties. I put the scrap paper in my pocket, like I'm now, in my pocket. I went to the meeting, and when I get to the restaurant, there's a big table. There's the young lady sitting on that side of the table, the president of this organization. I take a seat right opposite her because I recognize that this is the person that you are supposed to have a meeting with. The writing is in English. The lady sitting across in front of me spoke Spanish. More than my wife. She's not there. Spanish. I think it's Spanish. Huh? Yeah. See what? Yeah. She Cuban Spanish. And this is who I am to meet with. UN official was to my left, wife is to my right, another UN official is here at the head of the table, and she is opposite me, sitting right across the front of me. I don't speak Spanish, or I don't speak Spanish well enough to have a conversation with her in Spanish. So I passed the written material to the UN interpreter sitting to our left. And he gets the papers. He reads the first definition off to her. That she is the president of the group. He reads the first definition off to her. And I see a little smirk, not friendly smirk on her face. He reads the second definition off to her in Spanish. I see a bigger smirk on her face. He reads the third definition, fourth definition, the fifth definition, and the sixth definition. She's all smile. And she reaches across the table and grabs me. I grab her and we hug up right there. So Cuba, Brazil, Haiti, Jamaica, and all of those were inside of that meeting. 19 nations had a leader or representative there speaking for them. This is what I had asked for. Asked the UN to get us some help. Will you help us? And they went out and got these 28 nations. They were successful in getting 19 nations together out of 28 nations. And thus we spoke to them and told them why we were in the UN, fighting for our recognition. And we all decided, we all 19 nations of us, I'm not saying 19 people of us, 19 nations of us, we all agreed upon the name Afrodescendants.
Go ahead, Mr. Muhammad. Go ahead, Mr. Muhammad. Yeah, I'm gonna be right here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Long live Muhammad. 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 That's our great elder and pioneer, directly from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Give it to him, the Honorable Silas Muhammad. 86 years old, and has given us the key history of why we're here today. Brother Hawk Newsom, come on down. Pastor Ted Sutton, come on down. Y'all all right? Okay, y'all hold fast. Y'all hold fast. It's the final part, but it's the strongest part. Let's give it up again for the Honorable Silas Muhammad, man. And that lecture should be transcribed. Okay? I know you have some entertainment, but we're working it here. All right. Now, one of the missions that the Honorable Silas Muhammad has given to us and give to me is to build the coalition around the Afrodescendant Nation for reparations. And so I'm working hard, Brother Rashad, you come too. I'm working hard to find all of the strongest activists and the strongest leaders around America to bring them into this process. And I believe I found some of the strongest ones to bring to you, sir. And I want you to hear them. They are delegates for our entire movement and the reparations movement in New York. That's one of the strongest activists in New York, period. Hawk Newsom, the Honorable Priscilla Till from the Emmett Till family. She's going to be running for the United States Senate in Mississippi in 2026. In Mississippi, there is nothing that we have asked Miss Priscilla to do to help us that she has not done. In the middle of the night, she has went to racist counties and white supremacist counties in Rankin County, Mississippi, and went out there in the middle of the night to help Michael Jenkins and Eddie Parker. If I ask her to go to the doorstep of the old wicked sheriff, Brian Bailey, she'll go there no problem and put her life on the line. Sometimes she's followed by white supremacists and white racists. Even in Mississippi the other day, they shot up the NAACP headquarters for Rankin County because we're battling them toe to toe, and many of their officials and cops are going down. But I want you to know that this is a female who's a freedom fighter and a sister who's a soldier. And she has the spirit of Emmett Till inside of her, and she ain't scared of nothing anywhere inside of the hells of North America. The Honorable Ted Sutton from Baltimore, but he's all around city after city in the United States of America, and his main success is working amongst our youth. In the high schools, in the middle schools, and talking to the gang members. Who is out there? It's Dr. Ted Sutton. In the prisons, in Mississippi, when I needed him, who was there? Dr. Ted Sutton. Who is the great friend of our people, the great motivator of our people, coming out of Baltimore, but all over this country? That's Dr. Ted Sutton. So work with me right here, because we're gonna hear an opening statement from them, and then we're gonna engage in like a town hall meeting with each other. So you can ask. If you want to ask them questions about the battles in New York, ask it. Mississippi, ask it. Around the country, ask it. These leaders are in their fields like I'm in my legal field. But we're all teaming up with the Honorable Silas Muhammad and our people to get us reparations. All right? We got the great journalist, Jashan Farad. There's he out there, one of the great journalists in the Black nation. Okay, so Brother Rashad, you'll help us. Professor James Small, you on standby, right? Because you're an expert. So you can chip in the town hall meeting. Mr. Muhammad, he seemed like he fired up, so he's here too. If you want a question for our elder, he's here. But right now, ladies first. Ladies first, make an opening statement, then we'll pass it, then y'all will have the floor. I'll help do the questions. The Honorable Priscilla Till, let's hear from her.
Thank you for having me. And Honorable Muhammad, I couldn't help but cry because everything that you were saying resonated with me and what my family is going through in Mississippi. The people in Mississippi are going through right now. Yes. I'm here today to ask the United Nations for help. They are lynching us in Mississippi today. And it's every week we're finding a dead black body, legs, arms. And we feel like it's retaliation based on the Rankin County Goon Squad, the 6 white men that have gone to jail for the first time in the history in Mississippi to charge white police officers with crimes such as the ones they did to Eddie Parker and Michael Jenkins. So I'm here today to not only ask the United Nations to get involved with the state of Mississippi, but we need a civil rights division in Mississippi. You all, there are over 45 racist organizations in Mississippi today. Do you not know that means that there are hundreds of white men and women who are our doctors, lawyers, bankers, pharmacists, teachers that belong to these organizations that are hindering us in Mississippi today? So I'm asking the United Nations need to come and intervene in Mississippi. This is not my first time telling the United Nations to become involved, because after Emmett Till was murdered, Mamie never got any justice. And little do you all know, Mamie filed a lawsuit in the state of Mississippi. It wasn't until a tall man had come into Mississippi and stepped out of a car that I had relief. Dr. Malik Zulu Shabazz. Nah, and you all, I literally mean with our black leadership is strong in Mississippi, but it's not enough because the Republicans outnumber us. So it does not matter how strong we are because white supremacy rules Mississippi. And I'm going to tell you why it rules Mississippi. We have 3 representatives right here in Washington, D.C. that own slaves. We got Michael Guest, who is the United States Congressman that's here with the president today. We have Cindy Hyde-Smith, who's the United States Senator from Mississippi, who I am running against simply because when she made the statement to say that she could sit on the front row of a public lynching in 2021, I knew then that there's no way someone like that could represent the state of Mississippi based on the history of Mississippi. Mississippi led the nation, you all, America, in lynching black men and women. Well, today they started murdering us, and no one is stepping in. No one is challenging us. And I'm going to tell you, I talked to a civil rights attorney in Mississippi the other day. You know what he told me? I'm done. Because I have no help. I have nobody willing to stand out and cry and make noise based on them murdering our children. Mamas. They murdering our sons. They're finding our sons every day in Mississippi now. They are murdering us, and no one is talking about it. No one is holding Mississippi accountable. I'm going to tell you why. Back in 1955, James O. Eastland, was the United States Senator then, John C. Stennis, another United States Senator out of the state of Mississippi, who were right hands to the president then, Dwight Eisenhower, went to the Department of Defense, pulled records on Emmett Till's daddy, and said that Emmett Till's daddy murdered white women in the military and was hung. Well, they brought that to the trial in 1955, and that's why J.W. Milam and Roy Bryant and Carolyn Bryant was never charged with a murder. You had United States senators obstructing justice, and you have those same people, Michael Guest, Roger Wicker, Cindy Hyde-Smith, 2024, representing the state of Mississippi here in Washington, D.C., with the same mindset of white supremacy. We've got to vote them out. That's right. We have a black man, Ty Pickens, who's running against Roger Wicker. Roger Wicker, dad, was the judge for the Sovereignty Commission. I don't know if you all are familiar with the Sovereignty Commission, but the Sovereignty Commission was an organization funded by the government to spy on Black people, to put Black people in jail, and to make sure that their efforts of suppressing us and keeping us oppressed would not manifest. Do you hear me? So what I'm telling you all, the people that are running Mississippi are the same people in 1955. We got to get them out, because what they're doing is they are dictating what happens in Washington, D.C. Do you all hear me? So I'm trying to figure out who really is the United Nations. Because why? When you have on record, you see what's happening in Mississippi. I ran into a lady in the airport and she told me, asked me, where you from? I said, I'm scared to come to Mississippi. It makes no sense, you all, that I'm a Mississippian. I shouldn't have to fight this by myself. We got Black people that are willing to fight and are fighting, but it's not enough of us. So I'm asking Washington, D.C., I'm asking Christian Clark to come into Mississippi, create a civil rights division, which should have happened a long time ago. The United Nations to get involved, because you all, this ain't just about Mississippi. We're talking about the southern state, Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, Arkansas, Tennessee, Georgia, Florida. All of them are supposedly in a Bible Belt. What does that mean? Evil. How can you call yourself a Christian, but yet you got your feet on our necks? You started killing our babies. You all, I am running for United States Senator to expose and bring accountability and transparency to the state of Mississippi. We need accountability and transparency today in Mississippi so we can change United States. It's the only way, ladies, men. We gotta start right there. The nation, Mississippi, led the United States in lynching and killing Black people. Thank you.
Come on, give it up to our next senator. The one who's going to bring human rights to the United States Congress. The one who will stand for us in reparations when she gets to Congress. The one who will take this message to Mississippi with fearlessness. She's going to weigh back in. Y'all going to have a chance to talk with her in a minute. But let's give it up again for the Honorable Priscilla Till. She represents the strength and intelligence of Black women and African women all over this country. And you're going to get to know her better in this session. I want you to hear from, and he's not Rick, this ain't Rick Ross. He's about 10 times stronger. I've never seen a Black man talk this strong to a police officer in my life. And I've said some tough stuff to some cops. Well, I saw the other day when he confronted this New York police officer. I said, dog, he almost, but he didn't. Made me feel sorry for the damn police officer. I said, but the brother's a warrior. He's willing to put his life on the line, and he has put his life and freedom on the line. He just got out of jail. He can tell his own story. From New York City, one of the co-founders of Black Lives Matter, one of our strongest men in the country. Let's bring him on, the warrior and freedom fighter, Hawk Newsom.
Wow. It was just hard to follow the sister. It's just hard. You got my sister right here, Shavonna Newsom, who's the co-founder of Black Lives Matter Greater New York, Black Opportunities. What a lot of people don't see, because we ain't released this video, because we didn't want to incriminate her, was when one of them one of those police officers went to dive under my leg to take me down. My sister jumped right on him. That's how we give it up. You can't run around. Yes. You can't run around saying, if I see another George Floyd, I'm going to jump in. If I see another Eric Garner, I'm going to jump in, and your own brother getting taken down, you don't do nothing, right? And the reason why I was giving it to that cop was because this family was in court to see the cop face charges of homicide and manslaughter for killing their relative. He allegedly sold a little piece of crack, right? $20 piece of crack, and was trying to get away on a scooter. A cop saw him coming, picked up a 40-pound cooler and crushed his skull with it. Okay? And when last time we went to court, it was 500 police officers supporting that murder. So we went there with the intent on protecting that family. And that's exactly what we did. And I got arrested for it, and I get arrested for it 100 times over. The brother up there said, how can we prevent people from dying? You can't. That's God's will. But my Black Jesus told me that what greater love is there than to lay down your life for your brothers? So Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and our leaders wasn't taken from us. They laid down their lives for us. So now we're talking about reparations, right? We're talking about reparations. All of these brilliant people have studied reparations for a very long time. That's their job. My job is to help us get there. My job is to help us organize to get there. My job is to hit New York City block by block and feed people and teach people and organize behind the cause of reparations. Okay? We could stand here, get up and hold hands and sing Kumbaya and listen to all this and go home and feel good, but we won't leave with nothing unless you are willing to get out there and walk these streets. Unless you are willing to get out there and be uncomfortable. Unless you are willing to be fearless. And I don't mean to keep talking about death, because God willing, I ain't going nowhere no time soon. But who's gonna hold the line? Who's gonna hold the line? They killing us. The soldiers just got killed. They killing us in New York. They killing us in LA. Who's gonna step up and say no more? We didn't know each other, brother, when this happened. But we was in Tulsa together for the 100th anniversary of Tulsa. They covered the Coon rally. I'm sorry. They covered our civil rights leaders tap dancing and holding hand like it was something to celebrate that they bombed Tulsa. Like it was something to celebrate 100 years ago. They eradicated a town of Black people. We wasn't there for that. We was there to send a message. It was 1,000 brothers and sisters with 1,000 straps, with 1,000 guns and firearms, a couple thousand guns out there marching through the streets of Tulsa saying, I wish you would. I wish you would. That's the energy. The marching is over. Don't get it twisted. We could go out there and march because we could disrupt commerce. It wasn't the marching. The riots disrupted commerce. That's why they started giving us stuff with the Black Lives Matter movement. We could disrupt, but holding hands and singing Kumbaya ain't gonna get us there. We gotta speak their language. It's like speaking Spanish to a Frenchman. Me running up to some Chinese man who only speak Mandarin. I'm trying to kick it to him. America respects power. For us to get reparations, we have to run a series of power plays. Power plays in the media, power plays in the community, and a bunch of serious stands. And I'm just saying, I'm here to work. I'm here to work. By the grace of God, thank you.
Stay right here. Come on, give it to him, man. This is what we've been waiting on. This is the kind of spirit we waiting on to build this movement. This is what we hear. This is the kind of foundation we laying up in there. We laying a foundation. You get to asking questions in a minute. Come on here. Honor from freedom fighter, Honorable Ted Sutton, my cousin. But he ain't here on the basis of nepotism. He's on the basis of his work. Let's bring him on. Now, Honorable Dr. Ted Sutton.
Black power. Black power. Look, my name is Dr. Ted Sutton, and I tell you, I'm so glad that man don't choose who God gonna use, y'all. See, I share this and things because, and let me give my cousin a hand, y'all, right now. Let me tell you something. This wasn't no overnight thing, you know, because I remember when I was 19 and he was 20 and we were in Virginia Beach and a young black brother died in the hands of the police officers in Virginia Beach. And I said, and this man started organizing. In fact, I actually ended up breaking a sign and got a 2x4. And I said, can I just get 10 strong brothers to stand with me? That was then. And let me share just a little history on the type of family even that we come from. First of all, you know, my grandfather was one of the deacons for defense that fought against the Klan that shot into the churches in Louisiana. My father organized for Dr. King at Southern and Grambling University. My mother worked for Medgar Evers. The same summer he was assassinated, she was making copies in the copy office when he was assassinated in his driveway. And you know what? And even with them being freedom fighters and being in the called The Wire that was on HBO. That's why I love hearing this brother, because see, he from the streets, and we're gonna need the streets to get back into the streets. See, we can't just be people that's so conscious that all we doing is going to spoken words and snapping fingers. We're gonna need some soldiers that's on the ground. I told people that Baltimore has prepared me to go anywhere on this planet. I can go anywhere. I've gone to some of the So even though you can Google Dr. Ted Sutton, my face will come up. But if you ever Google Crazy Ted, the one that used to carry that sawed-off shotgun, that they had no fear. And see, I tell people, I ain't stopped being crazy. I said, I just changed sides. I know what's worth fighting for, what's worth dying for. In fact, actually, so now I ended up changing my entire life, ended up asking for God to give me a second chance in the Mitchell Courthouse building, second floor, 4th bathroom stall, 10 minutes before I was to give sentence to 15 years, and God gave me a miracle. And when I came out, I ended up changing my entire life. And then, you know, when that judge dismissed all charges on me, I went out and got my bachelor's, master's, doctorate degree, started transitional housing for gang members, independent living program for young men aging out of foster care, recording studio for young people, started working with Bloods in California, Crips in Little Rock, Arkansas, Vice Lords, Gangster Disciples in Chicago, Junior Black Mafia, Philadelphia, 9th Ward Boys in New Orleans, the 515 Boys in London, the Johnsons, the Burgers in the UK, the Americans in South Africa, the East Side Boys in Zimbabwe, the Rasta Boys in Montego Bay, the insane Vice Lords in Jackson, Mississippi. And then I tell you, I go with the message. It ain't how you start, it's how you finish. And just to share something with you, I ended up actually having the opportunity to address Harvard University Law School on 2 weeks ago. And when I went in there, I said, I'm going to do a live real quick. And I said, this is only going to one person, but everybody that here can listen in. I said, this message is going to my old high school principal named Mr. Sergi, the one who placed a bet I wouldn't make it to 21. I said, just as an update, I said, I wrote 2 books. I said, I actually been going around the country. I said, I've been changing lives. I received the National Dr. Martin Luther King Award. I've been working with gang members all around the country. I'm a consultant for the show Law and Order Special Victims Unit. I said, I was running all these things down. And I said, I saved a girl in a house fire. I caught a baby from the 3rd floor, and I gave him mouth to mouth. I said, I stopped a carjacker from carjacking somebody in Baltimore. I stopped a mugger from
hugging somebody, and I say, and on today, I happen to be standing on the campus of Harvard University Law School. And I said, so for the ones who tried to count me out, the one thing I sure know is that you couldn't count. And my name is Dr. Ted Freedom Fighter Sutton, and I support that message.
Woo! Pure fire up here. It's pure fire on this rostrum. Give me some water up here, man. Give me some water up in here. Not jump up and down, but the spirit to jump on somebody. Now, all right. Now let's focus in here. Let's see where we are here in this process. Where we are, y'all all right? Because I'm saying when we close out today, we're closing out with a bang. Okay? And it means what we have going here is you have, again, some of our nation's best activists and leaders. Also here, some of them coming back just to participate in this dialogue we're about to have. Let's see where we at in this moment. One of our best movers and shakers here, National Reparations League here. Come here, my brother. Here's one of the best. You've seen him before, but it wouldn't be appropriate if I didn't let him come here and take a few questions. He's one of America's best. He's one of America's most traveled. There's never been a black man or woman anywhere around this country that need his help, and he ain't on the road burning out thousands and thousands of miles. I'm talking about the Honorable John Barnett in Mississippi. In Mississippi, he'll be available for questions. In Mississippi, whenever we needed him, when we needed him to go and deal with the racist governor, the racist sheriff, the racist prison system, anytime we needed the Honorable John Barnett, there was no question about it. He was there before the sentence even left our mouth. And these are the kind of activists that are here to help build this liberation movement. This is a united front. This here is a united front. Have a seat, sir. Now, y'all all right? Let's come into y'all in the audience here. The Honorable Silas Muhammad. The Honorable Silas Muhammad is reminding us. He's reminding us that in the Western Hemisphere, we are 250 million strong. 250 million strong. Across the planet, we are 2 billion strong. Now, I know some of y'all watching and some in here might go, hold up, no. You say, I'm some kind of Black American. And I'm only going to affiliate with people who are Blacks who were born in America. Now, we want to be clear here that when we talk about reparations, we're speaking on getting reparations for our people here in America. And the ones that can be traced that their ancestors were in slavery, what y'all call lineage-based. Of course. We're lineage-based. But earlier we showed you several multinational corporations that have robbed us and that we're targeting. And what we're saying to you is that those 250 million of our people in this hemisphere, when it comes to this attack and dealing with these multinational companies, that 250 million matters. I'm here to tell you that those 2 billion brothers and sisters of ours, although we're not specifically advocating for reparations in this context for them, we make no bones about it that we got 2 billion brothers and sisters all over this planet. All of them on every part of the planet are part of the Black nation, and they are extremely valuable in this fight because no multinational company in the West, No company in the West can survive if all 2 billion blacks take action. They are dead in the water. If 250 million Afro-descendants in the West say we're going to put McDonald's out of business, McDonald's is dead in the water. As you ask your questions, these questions is on the lines of achieving self-determination and reparations. That's the questions we want to field, and how these great activists and in the work that they can do can help bring more into the fold who are in different parts of this movement. There's an anti-police brutality movement. The anti-racist, anti-hate movement is an anti-violence, gang, what they call gang intervention movement. Here we got brothers activists from the civil rights movement. All of these different kind of players at the table working with this movement is what's going to broaden this movement and take us over the top. Come on down. You can come to the aisle so we don't have to miss nobody. You come right on down in the aisle here, ask your question. Perhaps Professor James Small, I'm gonna force you on up here because come on, because you're a wise man. You're a very wise man. Brother Ishmael, Governor General. Where's the governor? Come on. They asking about the United Nations. You got to tie this all in. You got to help tie it in. So come on with us. Yes, sir.
After Victoria, after Victoria.
Okay.
And some entertainment with people.
Brothers and sisters, y'all want to hear this panel, right? Okay. And it's a cold panel. It's a cold panel. But I got also orders from my elder and my leader here. Okay. We got to take 5 minutes to put some rhythm in the machine. There's somebody here that has a word of entertainment here. And I'm always real hard on my program, just hard, but I got to remember that we're going to hold this panel right here. Where is Miss Victoria? Miss Victoria. Pastor Victoria. Get her fast, come on. Tell her, come on, so she can hit a note for us right in the middle of the panel. Where is he? Where is he? Come on, where are you, brother? See, y'all got to be ready now. They probably say Malik ain't gonna do it. All right, now look. Still line up for your questions. Where we lining up for the questions?
Right here.
We're gonna get some inspiration on this mic. Come on, are y'all ready? Y'all got the microphone?
Yes.
Tell me what you need.
Kebo Wavy.
Your son? Kebo. Does he got the mic?
Kebo Wavy, can you please come to the stage?
Is he here?
Kebo Wavy.
Hey, y'all, come on, y'all. Come on. We got a hot panel waiting, but we're gonna hit some revolutionary rhythm real quick to get y'all some more pump. And then we come into this panel. Kebo? Kebo? You got it?
I got it.
They got him set? They got his music set?
Thank you for the opportunity. Want to shake everybody's hand.
Okay.
Good to see y'all. When I say powerful, when I ask y'all a question, y'all say powerful. How y'all feel? How y'all feel? That wasn't quite it, y'all. How y'all feel? That's what I'm talking about. We finna get right to it. Finna get right to it. You can play that track when you're ready, Marquetta. Mission on the side, be free one day. Praying what I stand for, save me one day. Really hope that I could just be me one day. Oncoming traffic there. Only see one way. Some way. Both sides play for me someday. Sleeping slates, bootstrapping me. Be gunplay. Yeah. Books starting skills. Okay. More money, more power, and I need more stakes. Simon says through the race after me while I pave. All the roads while I clear, all the slain while I pray. Finish line right there. The story that changed because your own pull you back. Sabotage when you change it. They hating on you high key. So you're bound to crack the code like a job in IT. Is it your own or your foes? But they both might be. You're fading the grass, never reaching the grab. Add God to that battle. Now you're doing some math. We love God before land. Now we serving the flag. Idolizing what we got, but not sharing a half. 2 fish and dinner rolls. It can all be simple though. We ain't got no village though. I can tell who's finna fold. When we hit that pinnacle, tipped to get the goals. Don't care to hit the goals, because what we down without, that's what we living for. Yeah. So hello to the end, goodbye to forever. Hello to the end, goodbye to forever. Yeah. Unless we all pull it together. Hello to the end, goodbye to forever. Hello to the end, goodbye to forever. Come on, y'all. Hey. Hey. Yeah. Okay. I ain't playing. I ain't playing. I ain't playing. They ain't playing. We ain't playing. I ain't playing. What I'm saying? I ain't playing. I ain't playing. Y'all ain't playing. They ain't playing. We ain't playing. Hey, you here to make God demands. I'm finna turn up a little bit now, y'all. Hey, I just turned out the road, out the way, hit the road. I'm a fool, I'm a doze. Hey, you shouldn't sleep on me, bro. I'm finna turn a little bow. Hey, we got demands and we want more. Okay. We want more, right? Okay, I'm finna bulldoze and then we finna get them all out the way. We finna go crazy on this. Reparations, what? Who want reparations? Wait. Okay, how y'all feel out there though? Y'all playing. I ain't playing. Y'all playing. And I ain't playing. DJ, turn that music up. DJ, turn that music up. DJ, turn that music up. Hey, I ain't playing. Hey, you can't be playing. You got me out here thinking I'm playing. You can't be playing thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. You gotta be playing. You must be playing, right? You gotta be playing thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. You gotta be playing thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. You gotta be playing thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. You gotta be playing. Y'all must be playing, right? You gotta be playing thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. They ain't playing. Hey, they ain't playing. Hey, we ain't playing. They ain't playing. Hey, we ain't playing. They ain't playing. Gotta be playing thinking I'm playing. Gotta be playing thinking I'm playing. I ain't playing. You ain't playing. We ain't playing. We too strong. Hey, okay. Here we go. Hey, oh, I got turned out the low, hit the way. I'm a bro, at the bull, I'm a dog. Hey, you shouldn't sleep on me, bro. I got juice, I'm a pro. All these average Joe. Yo, make a sweat, make a roast, make it hot, break that cold, turn that bread into toast. Go, what they said, I'm gonna go. I unlock, I unload 10 toes, never fold to no issue. What's put here to get with you? We can take the city where you want, like to live through. They ain't got no group on for what I wanna get into. Really in the paint, you don't want dirty in my gym shoes. Covered in the blood of God, I heard with my crystals. All people, Philly, one day I'ma be back with you. Watch me, cause you know I need protection from this issue. Keep my T's crossed, eyes down like a Hindu. Always battle ready. Armored to my mental. Pick up what we left. Hey, rentals. I came for you and stay with you and shit too. Round the time of spawning me on something they want him to. Camel wagons, gold cover, truly when we drip through. Getting 300 hard to steal, bro. Who sent you? It's the estate you royalty. You let it get you. They gonna keep on feeding you that bullshit on they menu. You gotta be playing thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. You gotta be playing thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. You gotta be playing thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. They think I'm playing. They think I'm playing, right? You gotta be playing thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. You gotta be playing thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. You gotta be playing. Hey, second verse. Hey, what happened to you? They get your roots, trying to give you the spooks, and you let them do this shit with you. I'm gonna give you the smooth. Hey, you know what's the truth? Hey, what you gonna do if we focus? Live out the way God showed us. Cause one day we gonna turn around and be AI the robot. It goes another season, but we gonna make the show stop. Some people like the show. Y'all can't wait to pick that fork up. It's in the time of the ends. You ready? Cause you got the end. I'll show you put over by 12. And all together your skin. Nobody has that fit in. If you really know what it is, I'll be going there for the red. Let's get back to running the lands. I'm ready to play. Hey, I ain't playing. Hey, I ain't playing. Hey, I ain't playing. I ain't playing. We ain't playing. Gotta be playing. Thinking on my head, thinking on playing. You gotta be playing. Thinking on my head, thinking on playing. We want our reparations, and we ain't playing. We want our reparations. We ain't even playing. Afro-Descendant Nation. Afro-Descendant Nation. Afro-Descendant. Afro-Descendant
Nation.
Afro-Descendant
Nation.
Afro-Descendant
Nation.
Afro-Descendant
Nation.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. For the we ain't playing. Hey.
Come on, man. Give it up.
Camo Wavy. KEVVOWAVVY _ Wavy on Instagram. Stream me now. Love y'all. Let's stay black and unified.
You had to try to find. Let's give him another hand.
Yeah.
You got me playing out here thinking I'm playing.
Indeed. Man, shout out to Kevo Wavy. My name is Tony Mono Flow. I know my brother Ted Sunday said it ain't just about spoken word, but it's definitely about spoken word because I particularly got to shout out my mentor, K Love here, because she taught us spoken word in Chicago and kept hundreds of youth weekly from being into acts of violence, man, just from being able to bring art together, man. So I just want to shout out that power. And once again, my name is Tony Mono Flow. Yes, hit me with it. So, I'm a child of America. When my color has been a crime. When my ancestors have paid the cost for their children to do the time. Held captive by our own freedom of this red, white, and blue. Looked at as animals, whether the jungle or the zoo. So whether the hood or a jail cell, we still be stuck like glue. And although our feet bear the struggle, we still cannot fit the shoe. And our backs shield the pain that our ancestors felt. If they did not have our backs, they just collected the wealth. You see, the more poor, the more they rejected our health. Passed us right up like we were all stealth. Flew right over and oh no, no help. Nothing in store for us except reloading the shelf. Obeying the boss, getting beat with no belt. And when Uncle Sam come, you better brace yourself. You can't face yourself because you hate yourself. So how can you love your brother, your sister, your kids, or even your children's mother? Raised on self-hate, all thanks to something called Willie Lynch. Time for change, Obama, so at least we penny pinch. And what a nice way to repay us for raping our motherland, stealing our resources, lives, selling it to another man, rendering the motherland a third world that's full of poverty, shipped across the ocean like cargo or European